In 410 CE, a crucial shift occurred in British history as Emperor Honorius issued a significant rescript to the British Civotitates, instructing them to take charge of their own defences. This decree symbolised more than just administrative change. It marked the conclusion of nearly 4 centuries of Roman dominion and ushered Britain into an uncertain era. The Roman withdrawal from Britain was gradual, culminating around 407 CE when the final regular Roman troops left under the lead of Constantine III, who redirected military resources towards his ambitions on the continent. Left behind was a Romano-British elite desperately clinging to familiar structures while facing challenges from Pictish raids in the north, Irish invasions in the west, and a restless populace grappling with economic decline. Soon after, the Romano-British administrative system began to disintegrate rapidly. The intricate network of provincial governors, urban officials, and military leaders that had overseen Britain since Claudius's invasion in 43 CE disintegrated without imperial support. Once bustling towns that had served as administrative hubs now found themselves aimless and underfunded. The once well-maintained road network constructed by imperial engineers started to deteriorate as local authorities lacked the means and expertise to uphold it. Archaeological findings at sites like Roxette and Silchester depict a stark contrast, with grand public buildings falling into disrepair. Heating systems, fine pottery productions, and metalwork businesses were abandoned, highlighting the stark transformation. Local strongmen, often drawn from the Romano-British aristocracy or remaining military leaders, filled the void, acting as regional warlords to enforce order in their immediate domains. They exercised control over fortified settlements, led personal warbands, and levied tribute from nearby populations. The villa system that had supported the rural economy of Romano-British society suffered a significant decline as the new rulers centralized power in strategic, defensive positions rather than sprawling country estates. Excavations at locations like Cadbury Castle in Somerset reveal signs of post-Roman refortification, with timber structures constructed within the ancient hill fortifications, demonstrating how swiftly Romano-British society responded to changing circumstances. The introduction of Germanic settlers brought about fundamental changes to this environment. Accounts from contemporary sources, particularly Gildas's 6th century work, De Exidio Britannia, narrate the initial recruitment of Saxon mercenaries by British leaders circa 449 CE to counter Pictish incursions. Though somewhat biased and moralistic, this narrative is supported by archaeological findings indicating that the Germanic settlement in Britain commenced as an organized process rather than a disorderly invasion. The guidebook, known as the GI Chronicle from 452 CE, further confirms this, reporting that Britain, previously under Roman rule, succumbed to the authority of the Saxons. The Germanic tribes that established themselves in Britain, including the Angles from present-day Denmark, Saxons from northwestern Germany, and Jutes from the Jutland Peninsula, brought distinctive material cultures that can be traced by archaeologists throughout the region. The Angles, who would eventually lend their name to England, primarily settled in the Eastern Territories, forming East Anglia, Mercia, and Northumbria. Meanwhile, Saxon communities dominated the Thames Valley and southern England, founding the kingdoms of Wessex, Essex, and Sussex. The Jutes, in smaller numbers, predominantly inhabited Kent and the Isle of Wight. Insights into these settlement patterns are derived from archaeological discoveries in burial sites. The unique cremation practices observed at archaeological sites like Spong Hill in Norfolk, where more than 2,400 cremation urns have been unearthed, exhibit a clear continuation of Germanic ancestral customs. These urns, adorned with stamped geometric patterns and holding charred bone fragments alongside personal grave items, mark a distinct departure from the burial rituals of Romano-British traditions. Likewise, the presence of specific brooch variations, such as cruciform brooches in Anglian regions and saucer brooches in Saxony, and neighboring territories enables archaeologists to meticulously map the geographical dispersion of various tribal communities. The evolution of material culture went well beyond burial norms, as Romano-British pottery craftsmanship, featuring wheel-thrown vessels and standardized shapes, gave way to handcrafted Germanic pottery with unique ornamental designs. Significantly, metalworking techniques underwent a profound transformation, with Germanic artisans crafting elongated iron spears, single-edged seaxes, and characteristic shield bosses that superseded Roman military gear. The renowned Sutton Hoo ship burial, unearthed in 1939 and dated to the early 7th century, epitomizes the refined material culture stemming from this Germanic settlement. Within the burial chamber lay a warrior's full armor, comprising a pattern-welded sword adorned with a gold and garnet pommel, an iron helmet embellished with bronze and silver motifs, and a gold belt buckle surpassing 400 grams in weight, intricately ornamented with interlaced animal designs. The Sutton Hoo burial further unveils the deep extent to which Anglo-Saxon society assimilated influences from various regions across Europe. Byzantine silver bowls, Frankish coins, and Coptic bronze bowls unveil trading ties that span the known world. The renowned purse, embellished with Quazon garnets set in gold, portrays scenes harmonizing Germanic warrior beliefs with Christian symbols, symbolizing the intricate cultural amalgamation occurring in 7th century England. Recent archaeological investigations at the site have unveiled additional burial mounds indicating that Sutton was utilized as a royal cemetery by the East Anglian Woofing dynasty across multiple generations. The fate of the Romano-British populations during this era remains a highly contested topic in early medieval history. Rather than undergoing complete displacement or extermination, archaeological findings point towards an intricate process of cultural adaptation and assimilation. In numerous regions, Germanic settlers integrated themselves alongside existing Romano-British communities, resulting in the development of hybrid societies that amalgamated various customs. Isotopic analysis of skeletal remains from burial sites like West Hessam in Yorkshire suggests that numerous individuals interred with Germanic artifacts were actually native to Britain, hinting at rapid cultural integration rather than ethnic substitution. Christianity played a pivotal role in maintaining continuity within Romano-British communities. Despite the disintegration of the organized church structure in mainland Britain, Christian enclaves persisted in Wales, Cornwall, and other Western territories where Germanic settlement was limited. Archaeological findings from locations such as Tintagel in Cornwall reveal continual habitation and commercial ties with the Mediterranean region throughout the 5th and 6th centuries. Imported pottery from North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean, alongside Christian inscriptions on stones, indicate that these communities preserved their religious beliefs and international connections despite political fragmentation. The legendary figure of Arthur emerges from the backdrop of Romano-British resistance to Germanic encroachment. While the historical basis for Arthur remains obscure, the literary tradition surrounding him reflects a genuine historical recollection of effective British military leadership against Saxon expansion. The Battle of Baden Hill, referenced by Gildas as a pivotal British triumph that impeded Saxon progression for a generation, likely occurred circa 500 CE and could constitute the factual nucleus upon which the Arthurian legend evolved. Archaeological findings from hill forts such as South Cadbury, indicating substantial fortification and habitation in the late 5th and early 6th centuries, provide evidence supporting the presence of influential British leaders capable of orchestrating effective resistance. The gradual establishment of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms laid the groundwork for the political landscape that would shape English history over the ensuing 4 centuries. The traditional notion of the heptarchy, comprising 7 significant kingdoms, serves as a valuable framework for comprehending this progression, despite the actual situation being notably intricate and dynamic. Wessex emerged in the upper Thames Valley and steadily expanded westward, asserting authority over a large portion of southern England. Archaeological findings from locations like Dorchester and Tempams uncover early Saxon communities that laid the foundation for West Saxon supremacy. The name of the kingdom, meaning West Saxons, set it apart from the South Saxons of Sussex and the East Saxons of Essex. Mere originated in the Midlands with the arrival of Anglian settlers from the eastern coast. The kingdom's name, deriving from mus, meaning border people, highlights its strategic position between British territories to the west and other Anglo-Saxon realms to the east and south. Archaeological evidence from sites like Repton, later transformed into a royal monastery and burial ground for Mercian monarchs, demonstrates ongoing habitation from the 7th century onwards. Due to its central location, the kingdom could control crucial trade routes and eventually rival the dominance of more established realms. Northumbria represented the most expansive of the early kingdoms, spanning from the Humber to the Scottish borders. Formed through the amalgamation of two smaller kingdoms, Venetia centered around the stronghold of Bamborough and Deira, established in the vicinity of York. The kingdom's northern positioning led to frequent clashes with British kingdoms like Reed and Strathclyde, as well as with the Pictish and Scottish forces. Archaeological excavations conducted in Evering, Northland, have brought to light an intricate complex featuring timber halls and administrative structures, establishing it as a royal centre in the 7th century. This centre included a wooden amphitheatre-like construction, potentially serving as a venue for royal assemblies. Positioned uniquely among the early kingdoms, Kent's significance stemmed from its geographical proximity to continental Europe, positioning it as the foremost point of contact with Frankish Gaul. Evidence unearthed from archaeological studies indicates that the establishment of Jutish settlements in Kent predates that of other regions, fostering robust connections with the continent. The kingdom's prosperity, driven by its control over cross-channel trade, is exemplified by the discovery of opulent grave goods in sites like Fingalsome and S. Noteworthy. For being the earliest surviving Anglo-Saxon legal documents, Kentish law codes unveil an intricate administrative framework amalgamating elements from both Germanic and Roman legal customs. The smaller realms of Essex, Sussex, and East Anglia each developed distinctive traits influenced by their geographical locations and settlement patterns. Essex, home to the East Saxons, commanded the estuary of the Thames and nurtured crucial trade links with continental Europe. In contrast, Sussex, enclosed by the dense Wealden forest to the north and the sea to the south, remained somewhat secluded and politically fragile. Settled predominantly by Angles, East Anglia cultivated a unique material culture, as evidenced by the vibrant archaeological findings at sites such as Sutton Hoo and West Stowe. The governance structures of these early kingdoms mirrored Germanic customs adapted to the complexities of British circumstances. Monarchs exercised authority through personal bonds with warrior nobles, who in turn rendered military service in exchange for land grants and a share of the royal riches. The comitatus, or warrior band institution, served as the foundation of royal authority, where kings were expected to lead their followers in battle and generously reward them from the spoils of war. Archaeological findings from royal centres like Yeavering and Rendlesham exhibit grand timber halls where these relationships were nurtured through feasting and ceremonial gift exchanges. The process of establishing kingdoms revolved around continual conflict and territorial expansion. Entries in the Anglo-Saxon chronicles, although compiled later, enshrine the memories of pivotal battles and conquests that moulded the political landscape. For instance, the Battle of Deor in 577 CE resulted in the West Saxons triumphing over a coalition of British kingdoms, disrupting land connections between British territories in Wales and the southwest. Likewise, the Battle of Chester, around 616 CE, expanded Northumbrian influence westward, weakening British resistance. The economic prosperity and political unity attained by Anglo-Saxon kingdoms during the 6th century set the stage for significant cultural evolution. In 597 CE, the arrival of Augustine's mission in Kent signaled the commencement of organized Christian evangelization that would profoundly alter Anglo-Saxon society in the ensuing 2 centuries. Pope Gregory the Great meticulously planned this mission, appointing Augustine, the prior of the monastery of St. Andrew in Rome, to lead a group of about 40 monks on a perilous journey to what contemporaries viewed as the edge of the known world. Augustine's arrival at the coast of Thanet in Kent was not a mere coincidence of geography or convenience. King Athelbert of Kent had already established diplomatic ties with Frankish Gaul through his marriage to Bertha, the daughter of Charibert, the Frankish king of Paris. Bertha, a Christian princess, had brought her personal chaplain Lodhard to the Kentish court and was granted permission to worship at the ancient Roman church of St. Martin in Canterbury. This pre-existing Christian presence offered Augustine vital political support and a starting point for his missionary endeavors. Excavations at St. Martin's Church have verified continuous Christian worship from the Romano-British era through the Anglo-Saxon period, with burials and architectural changes dating back to the late 6th century. The initial encounter between Augustine and Athelbert, as chronicled by Bede in his Ecclesiastical History of the English People, occurred in the open air on Thanet, with the king choosing this location to steer clear of any supposed magical influence from Christian monks. Augustine's entourage approached, carrying a silver cross and an image of Christ painted on wood, reciting litanies in Latin, while the king sat under a tree surrounded by his armed guards. This scene symbolizes the clash of cultures unfolding throughout Anglo-Saxon England, as Germanic warrior kings confronted Mediterranean Christianity with its sophisticated theological doctrines and connections to imperial power. Ethelbert's conversion around 601 CE was likely as much a strategic, political maneuver as it was a spiritual change. The issuance of the king's law code shortly after his baptism revealed the pragmatic considerations behind the royal conversion. The laws stipulated compensation for theft from churches and bishops, integrated Christian clergy into the existing social hierarchy, safeguarded church assets, and upheld traditional Germanic legal processes. Archaeological findings in Canterbury demonstrate a swift construction of churches subsequent to the royal conversion, with the establishment of Christchurch Cathedral and St. Augustine's Abbey serving as enduring institutional foundations for Christian advancement. The amalgamation of pagan and Christian customs characterizes the conversion process across Anglo-Saxon England. Instead of mandating the complete abandonment of ancestral practices, missionary tactics intentionally integrated existing religious rituals within Christian structures. Pope Gregory's well-known letter to Abbot Militus, documented through a Bede, explicitly directed missionaries to repurpose pagan temples as churches rather than demolishing them, and to reframe animal sacrifices as Christian celebrations. Substantial archaeological evidence corroborates this strategy. Excavations at locations like Wing and Buckinghamshire unveil churches constructed directly atop pagan burial sites, while Christian graveyards commonly feature burial items that blend Germanic and Christian symbols. The process of conversion exhibited significant variations across various kingdoms, mirroring unique political contexts and cultural norms. In Essex, the conversion of King Sabbat circa 604 CE led to the establishment of St. Paul's Cathedral in London. However, his pagan sons expelled Bishop Midas after their father's passing, resulting in a temporary halt to the mission. Archaeological discoveries at sites such as Pridlewell underscore the intricate nature of religious transformation, with a princely burial showcasing both Christian and pagan elements, including a gold cross alongside traditional Germanic weaponry and drinking vessels. The conversion of the Northumbrians followed an especially dramatic path under King Edwin, who wedded Ethelba of Kent around 625 CE. Through this union, the Kentish princess accompanied Bishop Paulinus northward, founding a Christian presence at the court of the Northumbrians. In 627 CE, Edwin's eventual baptism occurred at York in a hastily constructed wooden church on the future site of Yorkminster, marking the commencement of systematic Christianization in northern England. Bede's narrative of the royal council gathering prior to Edwin's conversion provides a profound insight into Anglo-Saxon decision-making processes, with nobles and advisors deliberating on the practical advantages and spiritual fulfillment offered by the new religion. The renowned speech, credited to an unidentified noble, metaphorically likening human life to a sparrow traversing from darkness into darkness in a warm hall, encapsulates the existential uncertainties that Christianity addressed among Anglo-Saxon audiences. The archaeological findings from royal centres like Yeavering indicate the swift establishment of Christian churches after Edwin's conversion, with timber structures erected alongside traditional royal halls. Excavations on the site unveiled evidence of mass baptisms, featuring large rectangular pools crafted specifically for Christian initiation ceremonies. The transient pagan backlash subsequent to Edwin's demise at the Battle of Hatfield Chase in 633 CE showcased the vulnerability of early conversions. Following this, Penda of Mercuria and Cadwallon of Gwynedd, representing a coalition of pagan and Christian British forces, ravaged Northumbria, compelling the Christian court into exile. The reigns of Ulich in Deira and Eanforth in Bernicia saw the formal renunciation of Christianity as royal families reverted back to ancestral deities. Archaeological evidence from this era reveals the disruption of church construction projects and potential demolition of Christian monuments. Although the archaeological findings are inconclusive regarding the extent of anti-Christian violence, the restoration of Christian Northumbria under Oswald, subsequent to his triumph at the Battle of Heavenfield in 634 CE, laid the groundwork for the kingdom's golden age of Christian culture and scholarship. Oswald's decision to seek missionaries from Iona further solidified the resurgence of Christian faith in the region. Canterbury mirrored the intricate ecclesiastical politics of 7th century Britain. Columba's Irish monastery, established in 563 CE, cultivated unique practices divergent from Roman customs regarding tonsure, Easter calculation, and monastic structure. Excavations on Iona unveiled advanced stone carving workshops and scriptoria responsible for crafting illuminated manuscripts and carved crosses circulated within the Irish sphere. Aidan's arrival at Lindisfarne circa 635 CE marked the establishment of England's most prominent early medieval monastery. Situated on a tidal island reachable by foot at low tide but secluded during high tide, Lindisfarne offered an ideal environment for reflective monastic life while retaining ties to the mainland kingdom. Archaeological findings divulged the swift growth of a multifaceted monastic community on the island, with timber churches, dwellings, workshops, and burial grounds sprawling across its expanse. The monastery's scriptorium produced exceptional illuminated manuscripts during the early medieval era, notably the Lindisfarne Gospels crafted between 715 and 720 CE by the monk Edfrith. Representing the peak of Northumbrian artistic accomplishment, the Lindisfarne Gospels amalgamate Irish, Germanic, and Mediterranean influences to forge a distinct insular artistic style. Comprising 259 vellum pages, the manuscript presents the four Gospels scribed in insular majuscule script, complemented by intricate carpet pages featuring intertwined animal motifs inspired by Germanic metalwork traditions. The depictions of evangelists exhibit evident Byzantine influences, likely disseminated through imported manuscripts or ivory carvings, whereas the ornamental initials incorporate Celtic spiral designs and animalistic interlacing. Recent scientific examination has disclosed the pigments employed in the creation of the manuscript: lapis lazuli, sourced from Afghanistan for blue pigment, Kermes insects from the Mediterranean for red pigment, and orpe from volcanic regions for yellow pigment, underscoring the vast international trade networks that catered to Northumbrian monasteries. Established circa 682 CE by Benedict Biscop, the monastery at Jarrow not only complemented Lindisfarne's spiritual sway, but also excelled in scholastic pursuits. Extensive archaeological findings have unveiled a complex at the monastery, encompassing numerous churches, residential structures, workshops, and the earliest known glass-making furnaces in Europe north of the Alps. The monastery's library, curated through Benedict Biscop's recurrent voyages to Rome, harboured the most extensive collection of books in northern Europe. Completed around 731 CE at Jarrow, Bede's ecclesiastical history drew upon this exceptional compilation of sources including pontifical missives, royal decrees, and first-hand testimonials gathered across Anglo-Saxon England. Bede's erudite approach transformed historical writing in medieval Europe, setting standards with his meticulous citation of sources, chronological accuracy, and analytical treatment of conflicting narratives. His ecclesiastical history offers intricate insights into political occurrences, royal lineages, and ecclesiastical advancements that might have otherwise perished. While Bede's scientific treatises on chronology and natural occurrences showcased the intellectual prowess of Northumbrian monasteries, archaeological remnants from Jarrow, such as writing tablets, styluses, and book clasps, validate the scholarly endeavours of the monastery. The Synod of Whitby in 664 CE resolved the ecclesiastical discord between Irish and Roman traditions that had fractured Northumbrian Christianity. King Oswic's decision to adopt Roman practices regarding Easter calculation and clerical appointments reflected both political considerations and theological preferences. The Roman faction, championed by Wilfrid of Ripon, advocated for alignment with continental European practices and papal authority, in contrast to the Irish faction represented by Bishop Colman of Lindisfarne, which upheld the traditional customs established by revered saints such as Columba. Following the synod, archaeological findings point to substantial transformations in monastic structure, with the replacement of timber buildings by stone churches in major monasteries and a heightened focus on Roman liturgical practices. The ascendancy of merchant influence during the 7th and 8th centuries brought about significant political shifts in Anglo-Saxon England. Penda's lengthy rule solidified Mercia as the preeminent power in the Midlands through vigorous expansion and strategic partnerships. Archaeological excavations at sites like Repton indicate the emergence of royal enclaves that blended customary Germanic hall complexes with Christian churches, reflecting the gradual conversion of the kingdom to Christianity. Although Penda himself adhered to pagan beliefs throughout his reign, he permitted Christian missionaries to work within his domains and allowed his sons to embrace Christianity, showcasing the pragmatic approach that defined Mercian leadership. The Battle of the Windwide in 655 CE, where Penda perished in combat against Oswic of Northumbria, briefly halted Mercian expansion, but ultimately solidified the kingdom through political integration. While archaeological evidence regarding battlefield sites remains scarce, the repercussions of the battle are evident in alterations to settlement layouts and the establishment of new fortifications. Wulfhere's restoration of Mercian independence around 658 CE marked the initiation of a prolonged period of expansion that brought a considerable portion of southern England under Mercian suzerainty. During Ethel's rule, the early Mearn's power peaked, as evident from contemporary charters referring to him as Rex Britannia, and detailing his control over regions spanning from the Humber to the English Channel. Archaeological findings at Tamworth, the primary Mercian royal centre, illustrate significant advancements during this era, including the development of timber structures, workshops, and defensive fortifications, establishing a complex akin to royal centres elsewhere in Europe. The unearthing of the Staffordshire hoard in 2009, dating back to the 7th or 8th century, showcases both the prosperity and military might of the Mercian realm, with over 3,500 gold and silver artifacts such as sword embellishments, helmet fragments, and religious objects potentially representing spoils of war or regal wealth. Offa's ascent to power around 757 CE, succeeding Ethelbald's assassination, marked the onset of a remarkable era of Mercian dominance. Noteworthy Frankish accounts portray Offa as Charlemagne's peer, engaged in negotiating trade pacts and strategic unions that positioned Mercia as a formidable force in Europe. Archaeological evidence highlights substantial administrative progress during Offa's reign, including standardized pottery crafting, expanded metalworking, and the establishment of planned trading outposts like Hamwick and Ipswich that bolstered international trade. The creation of Offa's dyke emerged as a monumental engineering feat in early medieval Britain, with an intricate earthwork system stretching around 150 metres from the Severn estuary to the Irish Sea, featuring a substantial earth embankment complemented by a ditch on the Welsh side. The construction of the dyke demanded extensive resources and sophisticated organisational prowess, with estimates indicating the movement of over 12,000 tonnes of soil per mile. Radiocarbon dating of organic materials within the dyke confirms its 8th century origin, and pollen analysis indicates extensive forest clearance preceding the commencement of earthwork construction in numerous sections. The dyke had various functions beyond mere frontier defence. Archaeological findings indicate its role in controlling trade routes between Wales and England, evidenced by breaks in the earthwork aligning with major river valleys and ancient trackways. Its grand scale and visibility served as a potent emblem of royal authority, showcasing Offa's capacity to mobilise extensive labour forces and assert control over vast regions. Recent archaeological studies have uncovered additional elements associated with the dyke, such as timber palisades, watchtowers, and garrison posts, transforming it into a comprehensive frontier control system. The emergence of Anglo-Saxon legal codes during this era mirrors an increasing administrative complexity and the influence of Christian teachings. Ethelbert's laws, the oldest surviving Germanic legal code in the vernacular, set standards that impacted legal evolution across Anglo-Saxon England. Excavations in Canterbury have revealed wax tablets and styluses, possibly used in legal processes, while the existence of multiple manuscript copies of subsequent law codes highlights their practical significance in royal governance. Ian of Wessex's law code, issued around 688 to address events by 694 CE, unveils the intricate social structures within Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. These laws delineate distinctions between social classes, establish compensation guidelines for various offences, and regulate relationships between lords and dependents. Archaeological findings corroborate the social hierarchy outlined in legal texts, with discoveries at sites like Cowes Down illustrating clear disparities between prestigious residences boasting expansive timber halls and smaller edifices inhabited by agricultural labourers and artisans. The rise of the Witan as a governing body reflected the adaptation of Germanic customs to the demands of territorial realms. Archaeological findings from significant royal hubs, such as Yeavering and Rendlesham, unveil sizable timber structures capable of hosting substantial assemblies. The presence of witness lists in royal documents showcases the involvement of bishops, elders, and other nobles in royal decision-making processes. The makeup of the Witan varied depending on the circumstances, but typically included the most influential ecclesiastical and secular figures of the realm, whose approval was vital for major policy determinations related to warfare, taxation, and legal advancements. The administrative complexity and cultural achievements of 8th century Anglo-Saxon England generated unprecedented prosperity that quickly drew the attention of Scandinavian marauders. The initial recorded Viking incursion targeted Lindisfarne Monastery on June 8, 793 CE, sending shockwaves across Christendom. The stark entry in the Anglo-Saxon chronicles for that year reports ominous occurrences over Northumbria that deeply unsettled the populace, with sightings of immense lightning flashes and fiery dragons in the sky. Excavations at Lindisfarne have unveiled signs of brutal destruction during this era, including charred timber structures, scattered human remains, and a notable absence of the intricate metal work that had characterized earlier phases of the monastery's development. The attack on Lindisfarne went beyond mere piracy. The raiders displayed intricate knowledge of the monastery's riches, the timing of religious celebrations when treasures were exhibited, and the vulnerable points in its defenses. Contemporary accounts depict Viking longships suddenly appearing from the North Sea, their crews swiftly and efficiently overpowering the monastery's scant defenses. The raiders systematically looted valuable items from the church, including gold and silver altar vessels, illuminated manuscripts adorned with jeweled covers, and reliquaries holding saints' remains. Archaeological findings indicate that they also took monks as captives for the slave trade, a practice that would later become a defining characteristic of Viking economic activities. The Lindisfarne raid's psychological impact outweighed its material destruction. Alcuin of York, an esteemed advisor of Charlemagne and former student of the cathedral school, expressed horror in a letter to King Ethel of Northumbria, stating, "Never before in Britain has such terror been witnessed as that inflicted by this pagan race. This assault shattered the beliefs in the security and divine protection of monasteries that had been fundamental to Anglo-Saxon Christian culture." Following the events of 793, archaeological records from other Northumbrian monasteries depict swift defensive enhancements, with sites like Jarrow and Monk Wearmouth constructing earthwork fortifications and relocating valuables to more secure inland areas. The triumph at Lindisfarne spurred a rise in Viking activities along the English coast. In 794, the monastery of Jarrow came under attack, but the raiders encountered strong resistance, resulting in the death of their leader during the conflict. Subsequent archaeological findings reveal rushed repairs to structures damaged in the attack, as well as the establishment of a defensive ditch surrounding the monastic area. Over the following year, monasteries in Ireland and Scotland were targeted, setting a precedent for the coordinated raiding patterns characteristic of Viking activities in the ensuing century. The initial Viking raids targeted ecclesiastical sites not only for their valuable treasures, but also because monasteries represented the most susceptible concentrations of riches in early medieval Europe. Examination of hoards buried during this era, such as the Pentani hoard uncovered in Norfolk, sheds light on the kinds of items that the Vikings sought. Rewritten text, silver armbands, brooches, and coins, easily transported and converted into currency in Scandinavian markets, were favored by raiders. This preference for silver is attributed to its standing as a standard medium of exchange in the Baltic trade networks linking Scandinavia with Byzantium and the Islamic world. The political disarray in Anglo-Saxon England after Offa's death in 796 led to a power vacuum, hindering coordinated resistance against Scandinavian incursions. Archaeological findings from former Mercian territories reveal economic upheaval and the abandonment of settlements during this period, illustrated by declining craft production and trade activities in places like Flixborough. The lack of unified action among competing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms allowed Viking raiders to exploit divisions and establish secure operational hubs. The shift from raiding to permanent settlements commenced in the 830s as Viking leaders perceived the potential for lasting territorial gain. The arrival of the Great Army in 865 signified a significant change in Scandinavian goals, transitioning from swift raids to methodical conquests. Archaeological excavations at sites like Repton in Derbyshire, where the Viking army settled in 873-874 for winter, provide evidence of this transformation. Uncovered remains include a fortified camp within the ruins of a former royal monastery, featuring defensive structures, weapon caches, and mass graves holding numerous individuals, many bearing signs of violent demise. The impressive military campaigns of the formidable army showcased advanced military organization and intricate strategic planning. Initially under the leadership of Ivar the Boneless and Halfdan Ragnarsson, the army methodically advanced through Anglo-Saxon territories, exploiting political vulnerabilities and securing dominance over crucial strategic sites. Archaeological findings from locations such as York, seized by the Vikings in 866, depict a swift transition from an Anglo-Saxon administrative hub to a bustling Scandinavian trading centre. Excavations in the Coppergate area have uncovered substantial evidence of Viking-era artisanal activities, such as leatherworking, metalworking, and amber carving, which connected York to trade routes stretching from Greenland to Constantinople. The implementation of the Danelaw established a parallel Scandinavian community within England, profoundly shaping English cultural and linguistic development. Alfred's treaty with Guthrum in approximately 886 delineated a boundary from London to Chester, dividing England into Anglo-Saxon territories in the south and west, and Scandinavian-controlled regions in the north and east. Archaeological evidence illuminates noticeable distinctions in material culture across this boundary, with evident Scandinavian influences on pottery styles, metalworking techniques, and settlement layouts that set them apart from contemporary Anglo-Saxon material culture. Scandinavian settlement practices notably diverged from earlier Anglo-Saxon colonization approaches, as Viking settlers often assimilated into existing Anglo-Saxon communities, fostering mixed societies that amalgamated cultural heritages. Excavations at sites like West Heslington in Yorkshire unveil cemeteries containing a blend of Scandinavian and Anglo-Saxon burial traditions, with graves exhibiting uniquely Scandinavian oval brooches alongside Anglo-Saxon jewellery. Isotopic analysis of skeletal remains suggests that many individuals interred with Scandinavian burial goods were native to England, indicating rapid cultural integration rather than ethnic substitution. The linguistic influence of Scandinavian settlement significantly impacted the development of the English language. Archaeological findings from locations like York and Lincoln indicate substantial Scandinavian settlement, which correlates with areas where Old Norse linguistic elements are most prominent in modern English dialects. The presence of numerous Scandinavian place names in northern and eastern England serves as concrete proof of settlement density and cultural assimilation. Areas with place names ending in by, thorp, and toft are heavily concentrated in regions known for Viking settlements. Additionally, the retention of distinctive Scandinavian personal names in legal records showcases the enduring cultural identity within settler communities. Moreover, administrative structures in areas once under Scandinavian control merged Germanic legal customs with English practices. The establishment of the 5 boroughs, Derby, Leicester, Lincoln, Nottingham and Stamford, established a network of fortified administrative hubs that governed neighbouring lands through a combination of military might and legal jurisdiction. Excavations at these sites reveal extensive defensive structures, organised urban layouts, and signs of specialised craftsmanship that supported both military and civilian populations. Alfred's ascent to power in Wessex unfolded during a period of sustained Viking threats. His succession in 871, following the death of his brother Ethelred, coincided with a critical juncture for Wessex, facing an imminent existential threat from the Viking forces. Evidence from sites like Reading, where Vikings erected a fortified camp in 870, underscores the proximity of Scandinavian activities to the core of West Saxon territory. The series of conflicts during Alfred's inaugural year as king, marked by setbacks at Reading and Wilton and a triumph at Ashdown, set the stage for the subsequent phase of Anglo-Saxon resistance. The crisis of 878, characterized by Guthrum's unexpected winter assault that drove Alfred into exile in the Somerset marshes, marked a turning point in Anglo-Saxon defiance. Archaeological findings from sites such as Thielny, where Alfred established his refuge, demonstrates swift fortification of naturally defensible positions using timber palisades and earthwork defenses. The king's ability to sustain resistance from this remote stronghold relied on the support of local populations familiar with the harsh realities of Viking rule, who preferred the authority of West Saxon rule over Scandinavian dominance. Alfred's triumph at Edington in May 878 signalled the onset of a methodical West Saxon resurgence and the inception of innovative defensive tactics. The aftermath of the battle, which included Guthrum's conversion and the establishment of defined territorial boundaries, laid the groundwork for continual opposition to further Scandinavian encroachment. Unearthed evidence from sites along the established frontier illustrates the rapid construction of defensive structures and the establishment of administrative systems capable of orchestrating resistance efforts across various regions. The burh system stood as Alfred's paramount military breakthrough, creating a network of fortified settlements that not only safeguarded agricultural communities, but also served as strategic bases for military campaigns. Excavations at sites like Cricade and Wallingford unveil the intricate engineering that defined these fortifications. Typically featuring substantial earthwork ramparts topped with timber palisades, these defenses were complemented by organized internal street layouts designed to enhance defensive efficacy while accommodating civilian inhabitants. A document known as the Burgle detailing the burhs and their defensive requisites showcases the systematic nature of Alfred's fortification initiative. Each burh was allocated a specific number of hides, representing units of agricultural land responsible for upkeeping designated portions of defensive walls. Analysis of extant earthworks confirms the document's precision, with wall lengths aligning closely with the maintenance criteria outlined in the text. Alfred's efficiency was dependent on the capacity to enlist agricultural populations into military service, all the while ensuring the continuation of food production vital for the sustenance of both civilian and military communities. His legal advancements complemented his military changes by establishing administrative structures capable of overseeing larger territories. Compiled around 890, his legal code amalgamated legal customs from various Anglo-Saxon realms, integrating Christian doctrines drawn from biblical and canonical origins. Excavations at significant sites like Winchester, Alfred's primary seat, unearthed the emergence of specialized administrative edifices such as a royal palace complex, religious centers, and workshops tasked with producing essential manuscripts for governmental documentation. The king's educational endeavors aimed at remedying the cultural devastation resulting from prolonged periods of conflict and political turmoil. Alfred's introduction to his rendition of Gregory the Great's Pastoral Care mourned the erosion of scholarship in England, highlighting the scarcity of individuals below the Humber River proficient in Latin or the translation of fundamental texts. Archaeological findings validate this analysis, with digs at formerly prominent monastic hubs like Glastonbury unearthing signs of abandonment and devastation during the late 9th century. Alfred's translation and educational scheme sought to revive intellectual pursuits while fostering a knowledgeable administrative elite capable of governing his expanded realm. The evolution of the Anglo-Saxon chronicle under Alfred's rule established a potent tool for political legitimacy and historical remembrance. By synthesizing earlier analytical records, royal genealogies, and contemporary narratives, the chronicles crafted a cohesive storyline of Anglo-Saxon history, highlighting the leadership of the West Saxons and their perceived divine favor. Archaeological findings from scriptoria in Winchester and other West Saxon hubs unveil the material foundation essential for producing manuscripts, including writing implements, parchment preparation, backing the compilation and dissemination of the chronicles. Alfred's successors expanded on his defensive advancements to spearhead organized efforts to reclaim Scandinavian territories. Edward the Elder's ascension in 899 inaugurated an era of aggressive expansion that ultimately reintegrated England under West Saxon dominion. The king's approach melded military conquest with administrative integration, establishing new settlements and subjugated lands while spreading West Saxon legal and administrative frameworks across regained territories. The sieges against the southern Danelaw in the early 10th century showcased the effectiveness of Alfred's military reforms. Archaeological discoveries from locations like Bedford and Northampton reveal artifacts of siege warfare and defensive enhancements as Anglo-Saxon troops methodically dismantle Scandinavian fortresses. Erecting new settlements at strategic points like Hertford and Witham not only provided operational hubs but also safeguarded conquered lands from counter-offensives. Edward's partnership with his sister Ethelflaed, the Lady of the Mercians, forged an unprecedented bond between Wessex and Mercia, pivotal in the reconquest endeavours. Archaeological findings from sites like Chester and Runcorn showcase substantial fortifications erected during Ethelflaed's reign, comprising defensive earthworks and urban planning that mirrored contemporary West Saxon settlement construction. The collaboration between a brother and sister in setting up complementary defensive networks showcases advanced strategic planning that optimized available resources while limiting opportunities for resistance from Scandinavians. The capture of York in 927 by Aethelstan represented the peak of West Saxon expansion and the initial consolidation of England under a sole ruler. Archaeological findings from York illustrate significant shifts in material culture post the Anglo-Saxon takeover, as evidenced by the replacement of pottery styles and metalwork influenced by Scandinavians with artifacts reflecting traditions from southern England. Nevertheless, the archaeological record also reveals continuity in various aspects of urban life, indicating that Aethelstan's governance integrated existing Scandinavian administrative and commercial systems instead of imposing widespread cultural change. Ethel's reign ushered in the establishment of royal ceremonial and administrative customs that mirrored England's newfound status as a united kingdom. Excavations at locations like Kingston upon Thames, where several 10th century kings were crowned, provide proof of elaborate royal rituals that merged Germanic customs with Christian symbolism. The royal court drew scholars and artisans from across Europe, fostering cultural exchanges that enriched Anglo-Saxon artistic and intellectual heritage, solidifying England's reputation as a significant European power. The resurgence of Scandinavian incursions in the late 10th century under Swene Forkbeard reflected shifting political dynamics in both England and Scandinavia. The ascension of Ethelred the Unready in 978, subsequent to Edward the Martyr's murder, brought about political unrest that Scandinavian leaders were quick to capitalize on. Archaeological evidence from sites like Maldon in Essex, where Bertnath's troops suffered defeat in 991, demonstrates the resurgence of large-scale conflicts after decades of relative peace. Excavations at the battlefield site have revealed weapons and human remains that serve as tangible proof of the intense conflict detailed in the contemporary poem commemorating Bertnath's valiant, yet ultimately futile resistance. The shift to paying Danegeld marked a significant change in English defensive strategy, transitioning from military resistance to financial appeasement. Archaeological findings unveil the substantial wealth amassed by 10th century England through agricultural advancements and global trade, enabling the feasibility of tribute payments while inadvertently inviting further incursions. Coin caches, like the Kerdal hoard unearthed in Lanarkshire, containing thousands of silver coins from England, Scandinavia, and Islamic regions, exhibit the international trade networks responsible for the prosperity used to secure temporary respite from Viking raids. Swene's 1013 conquest of England signified the apex of decades-long Scandinavian pressure. Evidence from sites such as Gainsburg in Lincolnshire, where Swene established his base, illustrates the swift adaptation of English administrative hubs to accommodate Scandinavian governance. Following the monarch's demise in 1014, a succession crisis briefly restored English autonomy under Ethel. Nonetheless, the unresolved political and military vulnerabilities that paved the way for Scandinavian achievements persisted. Canute's decisive triumph in 1016 established the most successful Scandinavian realm in medieval Europe, ruling over territories from England to Denmark and Norway. Archaeological evidence from sites like Winchester and London demonstrates the continuation of administrative structures under Scandinavian dominion, with Cut integrating existing English governmental customs while upholding ties to Scandinavian political heritage. The monarch's legal codes amalgamated Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian legal practices, forming hybrid systems reflective of the cultural diversity within the territories. The succession predicament post-Canute's 1035 passing eventually reinstated English governance under Edward the Confessor in 1042. The emergence of the kingdom marked a profound departure from its Anglo-Saxon predecessors. Through centuries of Scandinavian influence evidenced by archaeological findings, significant cultural changes took place. The fusion of Germanic, Scandinavian, and Christian traditions manifested in material culture, settlement patterns, and administrative practices, shaping the medieval England we recognize today. The events leading to the pivotal year of 1066 set the stage for a final transformation. The competing claims to Edward's inheritance sparked conflict among Norman, Norwegian, and Anglo-Saxon armies vying for control of the English throne after Edward the Confessor's passing on January 5, 1066. This ushered in a significant succession crisis in English history, with three formidable claimants contesting their rights to rule. Harold Godwinson, the Earl of Wessex, and a prominent English nobleman, asserted that Edward had named him his heir on his deathbed. Duke William of Normandy argued that Edward had pledged succession to him years prior, with Harold supposedly swearing an oath to support this claim during a visit to Normandy in 1064. Harald Hardrada of Norway based his claim on a previous agreement between his predecessor Magnus and the son of Haruknut Cut, promising the survivor rights to both kingdoms. Archaeological findings at Westminster Abbey, Edward's resting place, unveiled the grand Romanesque church he had commissioned as his memorial. The imposing stone walls and intricately carved capitals showcased the wealth and continental ties that made England an alluring prize. Harold Godwinson's election was influenced more by pragmatic political factors than strict adherence to hereditary succession. Harold's possession of military experience, a territorial base, and administrative connections was crucial for effective governance in the face of external threats. His coronation at Westminster Abbey on January 6, immediately following Edward's funeral, underscored the English nobles' swift action to establish legitimate authority before potential foreign invasions could materialize. Excavations at Bosham in Sussex, Harold's main residence, exposed a substantial stone church and related structures at the heart of his domain, revealing international trade links evidenced by pottery from northern France and metalwork from Scandinavia. William's response to news of Harold's coronation combined genuine indignation with strategic political machinations. The Norman Duke had spent years solidifying control over his contentious duchy, overcoming assassination plots, rebellious barons, and meddling from the French monarchy to build one of medieval Europe's most formidable military powers. Archaeological findings from sites like Fales and Kay showcased an advanced castle construction program that safeguarded Norman territories with imposing stone keeps and sophisticated defensive earthworks. William's court at Rouen attracted a diverse assembly of knights, clerics, and administrators from across northern France, fostering a cosmopolitan environment that blended Scandinavian military customs with Frankish administrative methods and reformed Christian values. Securing a papal blessing for his invasion was a shrewd diplomatic move by William, transforming a mere dynastic disagreement into a crusade. Pope Alexander II's conferral of a papal banner illustrated the reform movement's backing of Norman contentions regarding English ecclesiastical improprieties, such as allegations of simony, clerical marriages, and resistance to continental reforms. Archaeological evidence from Norman monasteries like Jumia and Mont Saint-Michel unveiled architectural and liturgical advancements sought by reformers to spread throughout Europe, including elaborate stone churches featuring innovative vaulting techniques and sculptural designs emphasizing papal supremacy and clerical celibacy. The construction of William's invasion fleet in the summer of 1066 necessitated unparalleled logistical coordination. Historical accounts depict the gathering of around 700 vessels at Divisare, ranging from sizable transport ships capable of accommodating horses to smaller crafts designed for swift coastal maneuvers. Archaeological findings from medieval shipyards in Normandy unveil the specialized methodologies employed in crafting these ships, including the use of overlapping planks fastened with iron rivets and treated with tar and animal hair for waterproofing. The fleet's capability to transport not just troops but also horses, siege machinery, and pre-built castle elements underscored the systematic planning emblematic of Norman military endeavors. Harold Hardrada's simultaneous incursion into northern England presented the strategic quandary that ultimately shaped the course of the campaign. The Norwegian king's renown as the premier warrior of his era was well established after years of military exploits in the Mediterranean, where he had served in the Byzantine Emperor's Vangian Guard and amassed considerable wealth through military endeavors and piracy. Archaeological findings from locations like Trondheim unveil the advanced metalworking traditions responsible for producing the weaponry and armor utilized by Norwegian troops, characterized by pattern-welded swords and intricate helmets that blended practical functionality with symbolic manifestations of royal authority. The partnership between Harold Hardrada and Tostig Godwinson, Harold's exiled brother, furnished the Norwegian invasion with vital local backing and intelligence on English defensive arrangements. Tostig's familiarity with Yorkshire's geography and political allegiances enabled the Norwegian forces to navigate the intricate water routes of the Humber estuary and establish secure operational bases against York. Archaeological excavations at sites such as Stamford Bridge divulged traces of the extensive settlements that sustained the Norwegian army during its brief control of the region, featuring provisional fortifications and indications of methodical requisitioning of local food stores. On September 20, 1066, the Battle of Fulford showcased the effectiveness of Norwegian military strategies against conventional English forces. Under the command of Earl Edwin of Mercia and Earl Morar of Northumbria, around 6,000 troops composed of feared levies and skilled warriors from their household retinues engaged in combat. Despite the marshy terrain south of York providing favorable conditions for defense, the disciplined and experienced Norwegian forces executed coordinated attacks that overwhelmed the English troops. Archaeological findings at the battle site, including scattered weapons, fragments, and human remains, corroborate accounts of intense fighting from contemporary sources. The significant losses suffered by the English resulted in the collapse of organized resistance in northern England, prompting Harold's rapid march northward to counter the Norwegian invasion, covering approximately 180 miles in just 4 days. This expedition highlighted the efficiency of communication systems and logistical support that underpinned Anglo-Saxon military endeavors. King Harold's strategic ability to unite southern and northern English forces demonstrated a well-established administrative framework honed over decades, facilitating efficient mobilization. Discoveries at sites along the Great North Road underscore the Roman legacy of infrastructure, such as stone bridges and paved roads, which enabled swift military movement despite centuries of minimal upkeep. On September 25, 1066, the Battle of Stamford Bridge emerged as a pivotal event in medieval military history. Harold Hardrada and Tostig positioned their troops on the eastern bank of the River Derwent, anticipating negotiations for hostages and tribute from York instead of an immediate confrontation. The Norwegian army's deployment throughout the countryside, with many warriors opting to leave their armor aboard the ships anchored at Rickle, revealed their assurance in English submission after prevailing at Fulford. Through archaeological examination of the battlefield, clues of the bridge that lent its name to the conflict have been unveiled, showcasing stone foundations and a timber superstructure that established a natural bottleneck where a few defenders could repel larger attacking forces. While the legendary narrative of a lone Norwegian warrior defending the bridge against the entirety of the English army is likely embellished in later accounts, it underscores the strategic importance of river crossings in medieval warfare. Evidence suggests that the original bridge was sufficiently narrow for individual combat to control passage, with the defender's position shielded by the river's flow and the bridge's elevation over the surrounding terrain. The eventual triumph of the English necessitated synchronized offensives from various directions, as some forces traversed the river upstream to encircle the Norwegian position, while others maintained pressure at the bridge itself. The fall of Harald Hardrad in battle marked the demise of one of medieval Europe's most formidable military commanders, and effectively dissolved Norwegian aspirations for English dominance. Contemporary sources depict the king's demise from an arrow wound to the throat. However, archaeological findings cannot validate specific details regarding individual casualties. The dissolution of the Norwegian army following their leader's demise highlighted the intimate nature of medieval military leadership, wherein warrior allegiance was intricately linked to individual commanders rather than abstract political ideologies. The survivors regrouped on their fleet at Rickel, using only 24 ships to ferry what remained of an army that had initially arrived with over 300 vessels, highlighting the significant losses suffered by the Norwegian forces. In York, Harold's triumph celebration was cut short when news arrived of William's arrival at Peveny on September 28th, compelling the English king to lead his already weakened troops on another arduous march southward following the taxing northern campaign. William's invasion, delayed for weeks due to adverse winds, strategically caught Harold amidst his two major military endeavors. Excavations at Peveny unveiled the Roman fort ruins that offered William's troops immediate defensive advantages, with sturdy stone walls and a key position controlling inland access from the coast. By establishing a fortified stronghold at Hastings, William showcased the meticulous planning characteristic of Norman military strategy. Instead of advancing directly inland, the Normans erected a modern Bailey castle using pre-built wooden components brought over with the invasion fleet. Discoveries at Hastings Castle exposed traces of the original wooden defences, including post holes and defensive ditches securing the Norman beachhead and serving as a strategic base for systematic raids on the neighbouring countryside, aiming to provoke Harold into premature conflict. The scorched landscape of Sussex bore witness to a targeted campaign of psychological warfare, aimed at undermining Harold's authority by highlighting his failure to safeguard his people. Contemporary accounts detail the methodical destruction of villages, slaughter of livestock, and decimation of crops, driving a wave of refugees towards London. Archaeological findings at sites such as Battle and Settlescombe uncover layers of ash and destruction dating back to this period, showcasing burnt timber structures and scattered metal artifacts that attest to the severity of Norman raiding activities. Harold's choice to march directly from London to face William instead of adopting defensive tactics reflected a blend of personal honour and strategic political considerations. The king's renowned status as a skilled military leader necessitated proactive measures against foreign intruders, as a delayed response risked allowing William to fortify his position permanently and garner further reinforcements from the continent. Archaeological excavations along Watling Street exposed the Roman road network that facilitated Harold's swift mobilization. Despite the strenuous forced marches undertaken to reach the battleground, Harold's troops arrived fatigued and diminished in numbers at Colbeck Hill on October 13, 1066. This English army comprised a mix of seasoned warriors and hastily assembled local militia units. Harold's elite forces, known as housecarls, wielded two-handed Danish axes clad in mail armour and iron helmets, were complemented by troops from the southern shires and conscripted levies gathered for national defence. Unearthed weapon caches from this era underscore the quality of English military armaments, including pattern-welded swords, ornate, socketed spearheads, and finely crafted shield bosses that seamlessly blended functionality with artistic finesse. The battlefield selected by Harold occupied a narrow ridge roughly 600 yards in length, flanked by steep slopes that deterred flanking maneuvers and concentrated engagements at a foreseeable front line. Through archaeological analysis, it is evident that the English position held tactical advantages, where the sloped terrain served as natural impediments to cavalry charges and offered advantageous vantage points for ranged weaponry. The renowned apple tree, located at the heart of the English formation as described in contemporary accounts, likely acted as a pivotal hub for coordination and command during the prolonged clashes. The makeup of the Norman army mirrored the diverse nature of William's campaign, incorporating units from Normandy, Brittany, Flanders, and other French regions bound together by feudal obligations and promises of English land rewards. The deployment in 3 distinct divisions, Bretons positioned to the left, Normans at the centre, and French alongside Flemish troops on the right, showcased a strategic design that optimized the complementary combat techniques and gear varieties available. Excavations at Norman military sites have unveiled the standardized armaments typical of these troops, such as kite-shaped shields, chainmail hauberks, and conical helmets, combining effective defense with the requisite mobility for coordinated military maneuvers. The clash at Hastings commenced around 9 a.m. on October 14, 1066, with Norman archers moving forward to engage the English shield formation within shooting range. The initial exchange of projectiles underscored the differing tactical methodologies of the opposing sides, with Norman crossbowmen and archers aiming to disrupt English formations, while Harold's soldiers upheld defensive postures designed to withstand and counter frontal assaults. Findings from the battlefield excavations include arrowheads and, in the initial stage of battle, crossbow bolts equipped with iron points to pierce armor were scattered on the incline where the English formation was positioned, marking the intensity of the early engagement. The first charge by the Norman cavalry faced the enduring resistance that had long been a hallmark of English defensive strategies. The housecarls, wielding 2-handed axes, proved remarkably lethal against the mounted assailants. With their extended handles and formidable blades, these weapons had the ability to dispatch both horses and riders in a single strike. Contemporary accounts vividly depicted the chilling cacophony of axe blows clashing against shields and armor, resonating across the battlefield, while the English war cry of "Oot oot" reverberated through the ridge. Analysis of weapons found at historical sites indicates that axe blows were capable of breaching the mail armor worn by Norman cavalry, underscoring the efficacy of English defense tactics. The tactical maneuver of a feigned retreat that shattered the English left flank during midday was either a stroke of strategic genius or a stroke of luck that exploited the enemy's lack of discipline on the battlefield. As Breton troops on the Norman left flank feigned disarray and appeared to flee, English militia units abandoned their defensive positions to pursue what they thought was a retreating foe. The sudden reversal by the Bretons to counterattack their scattered pursuers showcased the superior training and synchronization that characterized the Norman military forces, including their cavalry units capable of executing intricate maneuvers amidst the chaos of battle. Archaeological findings suggest that this phase of the conflict unfolded on the lower slopes, where the advancing English forces became susceptible to organized counter-offensives. The afternoon clashes revolved around repeated Norman efforts to rupture the condensed English defensive line through coordinated assaults involving infantry, archery, and cavalry maneuvers. William's personal leadership was pivotal during this phase, as historical accounts mention that the Duke had 3 horses killed under him while leading charges against the English centre. Reports indicate that he even removed his helmet to show he was still alive, dispelling rumours of his demise circulating among Norman forces. This incident underscores the intimate and psychological aspects of medieval military leadership that influenced the outcomes on the battlefield. The circumstances surrounding Harold's death during the final Norman assault have been heavily debated in medieval history. Conflicting contemporary sources offer differing narratives regarding whether the king succumbed to an arrow wound to the eye or sword cuts sustained in hand-to-hand combat. Despite archaeological efforts, Harold's burial site and conclusive physical evidence of his death remain elusive. The collapse of English resistance after the king's fall indicates that both armies recognized his demise. The iconic scene depicted in the Bayeux tapestry, showing a figure with an arrow in his eye and another being struck down by a mounted warrior, could represent distinct moments in Harold's final stand rather than conflicting interpretations of the same event. Following Harold's defeat, the Normans systematically pursued fleeing English forces until nightfall. Cavalry units relentlessly chased down disorganized groups of levies lacking the discipline for a structured retreat. Archaeological findings along the presumed retreat paths, such as abandoned weapons and equipment, align with historical records that attest to the intensity of the pursuit. The deaths of Harold's brothers Gurth and Leofwine in battle deprived the English resistance of potential leaders. The loss of House Carles and Thanes significantly weakened the military elite supporting Anglo-Saxon royal authority. William's cautious approach towards London post his victory at Hastings highlighted the strategic uncertainties despite tactical triumphs. Instead of directly advancing on the capital, Norman forces under William's command moved eastwards to Dover. By securing this vital port, they controlled communications with Normandy while avoiding immediate clashes with any remaining English forces. Archaeological findings from Dover Castle showcase extensive modifications made during this time period, with Norman engineers bolstering existing fortifications and erecting additional defences to safeguard their primary supply route. The submission of Canterbury marked the systematic occupation of southeastern England by the Normans. The city's religious significance made its peaceful surrender politically crucial, illustrating Norman regard for church properties and setting a precedent for collaboration between English religious figures and foreign conquerors. Excavations at Canterbury Cathedral uncovered evidence of rapid architectural changes post-Norman Conquest, with construction commencing promptly on a new cathedral reflecting continental architectural styles to replace the previous Anglo-Saxon structure. The deliberate economic warfare in Surrey and Hampshire aimed to coerce London's population into submission through starvation and an influx of refugees. Norman forces methodically decimated agricultural resources, razed settlements, and slaughtered livestock across a wide area surrounding the capital. Archaeological findings from locations such as Guildford and Winchester display layers of destruction dating to this era, characterized by burnt timber structures and dispersed metal artifacts that serve as evidence of the Norman devastation campaign's severity. The brief rule of Edgar Alling, which followed Harold's demise, exemplified the English nobility's fervent effort to sustain legitimate opposition to Norman conquest. Edgar's claim to the throne as a young prince traced back to his lineage from Edmund Ironside, but his lack of military background and youthful age hindered his ability to provide effective leadership in the given circumstances. At sites like Berkhamsted, where Edgar's followers ultimately submitted to William, evidence unveils the hurried fortification endeavours by English troops as they strove to establish defensive positions against Norman encroachment. William's official coronation at Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day in 1066 signalled the formal introduction of Norman governance, albeit marred by disruptions due to violent encounters that underscored the fragility of the new regime's control. Historical accounts recount how confusion among the Norman Guard towards noises emanating from inside the abbey culminated in assaults on adjacent structures, triggering fires that illuminated the coronation event. prompting alarmed English nobles to flee the premises. Archaeological excavations at Westminster highlight the extensive reconstruction efforts necessitated by the ensuing violence, including repairs to damaged edifices and the construction of new structures in alignment with Norman architectural styles. The establishment of Norman administrative authority mandated the methodical replacement of English dignitaries with appointees from the continent possessing both linguistic fluency and political allegiance, essential for proficient governance. Discoveries from sites like Winchester, the customary hub of English royal governance, spotlight swift transformations in material culture as Norman officials instituted new bureaucratic protocols while assimilating extant administrative systems to continental norms. Furthermore, the survival of Anglo-Saxon administrative records from this period attests to the persistence of certain governmental functions even amidst the transfer of political dominance to foreign rulers. The construction of modern bailey castles throughout conquered territories stood as the foremost emblem of Norman supremacy and the central means of upholding military hegemony over adversarial populations. These fortifications, erected through the labor of impressed English workers under Norman oversight, blended swift construction with strategic efficiency, establishing secure outposts for garrison forces while showcasing Norman might to indigenous communities. Archaeological investigations at locations such as Windsor and Warwick unveil the sophisticated engineering that defined these early Norman castles, featuring meticulously planned earthworks and timber structures that enhanced defensive capabilities while streamlining construction time and material usage. The harrying of the north during the winter of 1069 to 1070 marked the most methodical campaign of devastation carried out during the Norman Conquest. Intended to eradicate the economic foundation sustaining English resistance in Yorkshire and nearby areas, William's troops systematically traversed the terrain, laying waste to settlements, decimating livestock, and incinerating stockpiled grain reserves crucial for the populace's winter survival. Archaeological findings from sites like York and Durham attest to the extent of this desolation, with layers of ash and ruins validating contemporary reports of widespread incineration and orchestrated economic warfare. The demographic fallout of the harrying created a desolate landscape that endured for decades, as entries in the Domesday Book from 1086 still described vast tracts of Yorkshire as uninhabited nearly 2 decades post-campaign. Archaeological surveys have uncovered numerous abandoned settlement sites from this era, displaying signs of abrupt desertion, including buried coin caches and scattered domestic articles indicating that communities fled with minimal forewarning. The campaign's efficacy in quelling organized resistance came at a steep human toll, with contemporary sources indicating that famine and disease claimed more lives than direct military engagements. The revolt led by Heroed the Wake in the Fenlands marked the strongest and most continuous English opposition to Norman authority, capitalizing on the challenging geography of the region and the leadership of a captivating warrior who epitomized Anglo-Saxon martial customs. Excavations at locations like Ellerley showcase the innate advantages that rendered the Fenlands nearly impenetrable to traditional military strategies. Characterized by pieces of solid land encircled by marshes accessible only to those well-versed in local topography, Hereward's capacity to uphold the resistance over an extended period highlighted both the constraints of Norman military might and the enduring English defiance against foreign governance. The siege of Ely necessitated inventive engineering solutions that underscored Norman flexibility and resolve to suppress all pockets of opposition. The construction of a causeway by William through the marshes involving timber, stone, and earth to establish a sturdy road capable of accommodating heavily equipped soldiers represented a colossal project, demanding vast resources and intricate planning. Discoveries along the presumed causeway route through archaeological inquiries have unveiled remnants of timber constructions and stone footings affirming the magnitude of this engineering feat. While the precise location is subject to dispute among historians and archaeologists, the systematic displacement of English landowners with Norman aristocrats epitomized the central alteration brought about by the conquest, ushering in a completely new social hierarchy founded on continental feudal customs. The Domesday Book of 1086 indicates that only two prominent English landholders retained extensive estates, with the majority of significant properties being allocated to Norman, Breton, or Flemish nobles obligated to provide military support to the monarch. Archaeological findings from manor houses and estate hubs further corroborate this transformation. Shows rapid architectural changes as new lords built stone buildings reflecting continental styles, while English timber halls deteriorated or were intentionally demolished. The introduction of feudal land tenure altered the relationship between lords and peasants, replacing the intricate system of obligations and rights in Anglo-Saxon society with standardized continental practices. Archaeological findings from rural settlements indicate shifts in agricultural methods and settlement layouts as Norman lords enforced new estate management techniques aimed at maximizing revenue. The establishment of watermills and the expansion of arable farming at the expense of woodland and pasture showcased the commercial approach Norman landowners introduced to English agriculture. The Domesday Book survey of 1086 marked a comprehensive administrative endeavor in medieval Europe, meticulously documenting the kingdom's assets with unparalleled precision. The preparation of the survey necessitated significant logistical coordination, with royal commissioners traversing England to document land ownership, population figures, and economic assets on a manor-by-manor basis. Archaeological evidence from locations mentioned in the Domesday Book supports the reliability of the survey's data, with excavations validating information regarding settlement sizes, agricultural resources, and economic activities as recorded by Norman administrators. The primary objective of the survey was to establish definitive records of land ownership and tax responsibilities to avert disputes and enhance royal revenue. Archaeological findings from administrative hubs such as Winchester reveal the advanced record-keeping systems that underpin the Domesday compilation, with evidence of scriptoria and administrative structures where survey data was processed and documented. The survival of the two volumes known as Great Domesday and Little Domesday attests to the enduring legacy of Norman administrative innovations and their impact on subsequent governmental evolution. The reorganization of English ecclesiastical life during Norman rule involved the methodical replacement of English bishops and abbots with appointees from the continent. These appointees were chosen for their theological training and loyalty to the new regime. Archaeological findings from cathedral sites such as Canterbury, Winchester, and York illustrate the swift architectural transformations that occurred alongside the administrative changes. Construction of new buildings, reflecting continental Romanesque styles, commenced almost immediately. These extensive construction undertakings demanded significant resources and showcased Norman determination to enforce their cultural preferences on English ecclesiastical institutions, while also affirming their dedication to the Reformed Christianity advocated by the Papal Reform movement. The ascension of Henry I to the throne in 1100, after the accidental death of his brother William Rufus, signified the initiation of a new era in Norman royal authority. Henry, the youngest son of William the Conqueror, lacked the military renown of his elder brother Robert Curthose or the efficiency of William II. Nevertheless, his political astuteness and administrative innovations laid the groundwork for royal governance that endured through the medieval era. Excavations at Winchester, where Henry maintained his primary treasury, indicate extensive enhancements to the royal palace complex. New stone buildings were erected to house the expanding bureaucracy characteristic of his reign. The construction of purpose-built chambers for record-keeping and financial administration underscored the methodical approach Henry applied to royal governance. The immediate succession crisis following Henry's accession underscored the intricate inheritance arrangements established by William the Conqueror. Robert Curthose's claim to the English throne, based on primogeniture, clashed with Henry's control over the royal treasury and crucial administrative hubs. Archaeological digs at Portsmouth discovered evidence of the fortifications Henry erected to repel his brother's anticipated invasion, including earthwork defences and stone towers controlling access to the harbour. Robert's invasion fleet potentially ready for landing. The swift erection of these defensive structures showcases Henry's prowess in resource mobilization and military coordination despite the uncertainty surrounding his authority. The decisive outcome of the 1106 Battle of Tinbury, where Henry's forces triumphed over Robert's in Normandy, settled the succession dispute. Located close to William the Conqueror's birthplace, the battlefield at Tinbury held symbolic value that Henry skillfully used to validate his annexation of the duchy. Archaeological findings in the area, such as weapon remnants and horse equipment, substantiate accounts of intense cavalry clashes among Norman nobles loyal to varying claimants. By capturing Robert Curthos, Henry removed the main threat to his regime and solidified English dominion over Normandy for more than a century. Henry's innovative administrative practices revolutionized royal governance, transitioning from traditional Norman household management to a sophisticated bureaucratic framework capable of administering vast territories extending from Scotland to the Lear Valley. Establishing the Exchequer as a dedicated financial tribunal established enduring mechanisms for revenue collection and auditing independent of the king's direct involvement. Unearthed remains at Westminster indicate purpose-built structures equipped with stone chambers, accounting tables, and storage facilities tailored for the Exchequer's operations, facilitating intricate financial operations and record-keeping. Surviving pipe rolls from Henry's era offer unprecedented insights into royal finances and administrative protocols. These annual sheriff's account summaries comprehensively account for revenue receipts from all English counties, illuminating the meticulous nature of Norman fiscal governance. Archaeological findings in towns like Oxford and Northampton highlight the construction of specialized edifices to house royal officials during periodic visits for auditing and judicial procedures. The standardization of weights, measures, and accounting procedures throughout Henry's territories showcases the bureaucratic sophistication that set his government apart from earlier medieval administrations. Henry's legal innovations set enduring precedents that shaped English law for generations. The establishment of royal courts with standardized processes presented alternatives to local courts influenced by familial interests. The formalization of writs as legal instruments introduced systematic approaches for commencing legal actions, while evidence from archaeological sites like Clarendon indicates the construction of royal hunting lodges functioning as judicial centers, where Henry presided over court proceedings during his extensive travels across the realm. These structures integrated residential quarters with formal halls tailored for legal matters and administrative discussions. The tragic White Ship disaster on November 25, 1120, irrevocably altered the course of English royal succession and sparked the crisis that would define the latter part of Henry's rule. With the ship sinking in the English Channel carrying the king's heir, William Etheling, and many young nobles returning from Normandy, an entire cohort of royal and aristocratic leadership was lost. Examination of medieval shipwrecks from this era illustrates the construction methods and navigation tools employed by cross-channel vessels, featuring interlocking planks secured by iron fastenings and ballast stones for stability in turbulent waters. The White Ship's demise during purportedly serene weather conditions, as depicted in contemporary accounts, points to potential structural failure or navigational miscalculation that had serious repercussions for English political stability. Henry's response to his son's untimely passing involved frantic efforts to secure the succession through remarriage and the unprecedented appointment of his daughter Matilda as his heir. The king's marriage to Adela of Louvain in 1121 was a strategic move designed to secure male heirs. Matilda's return from Germany after the death of her husband, Emperor Henry V, in 1125, showcased Henry's resolve to maintain direct control over the dynasty. Archaeological findings from royal residences of the period indicate significant modifications made to facilitate the growth of the court, essential for preparing Matilda in administrative matters and legitimizing her role as a future ruler. The 1127 swearing-in ceremony, where Henry mandated his barons to pledge allegiance to Matilda as his successor, marked a significant departure from traditional succession norms. Historical accounts reflect the hesitance among nobles towards female leadership, particularly due to Matilda's authoritative demeanor and her subsequent union with Geoffrey of Anjou, raising concerns of foreign influence over England. Archaeological discoveries, such as those at Woodstock where the ceremony occurred, reveal extensive royal infrastructure suitable for hosting important political gatherings, including grand halls capable of accommodating the noble attendees and their entourages. Matilda's marriage to Geoffrey Plantagenet in 1128 forged a powerful dynastic partnership that reshaped medieval European politics, yet faced immediate opposition from Norman barons apprehensive of Angevin dominance. Geoffrey's moniker stemmed from the broomflower he displayed as a personal symbol, although the family would later be recognized in history as the Vans or Plantagenets. Excavations at Anja have unveiled a sophisticated castle complex that acted as the hub of Anjan authority, featuring massive stone keeps and defensive walls, showcasing Geoffrey's military prowess that he brought to his strategic marriage alliance. The castle's prime location overseeing the Lier Valley served as the territorial foundation from where the Vans would eventually assert dominance over western France. Stephen of Blois' ascent to the English throne after Henry's passing in December 1135 sparked the civil conflict known as the Anarchy, which would ravage England for close to 20 years. Stephen's assertion was rooted in being Henry's favoured nephew and his presence in England at the time of the king's demise, enabling him to secure the royal treasury at Winchester and be crowned at Westminster before potential challengers could unite against him. Archaeological findings from London uncover the swift reinforcement of the tower during the early years of Stephen's rule, with the addition of new defensive structures and residential quarters to offer secure lodging for the royal court during times of political instability. The civil strife that erupted when Matilda invaded England in 1139 inflicted widespread devastation across the realm, as rival factions vied for territorial supremacy. Contemporary accounts depict the decline of royal authority that allowed local warlords to construct unauthorized strongholds and exploit civilian populations without legal repercussion. Archaeological surveys have identified over 500 castle sites dating to this era, many of which represented temporary fortifications erected by minor nobles aiming to establish autonomous control amid the collapse of central governance. During the Civil War, these makeshift castles were often constructed swiftly using local resources and labor. The conflict highlighted the efficacy of castle defenses while also showcasing the limitations of medieval military technology. Excavations at sites like Wallingford and Oxford offer insights into the extended sieges that determined control of key areas using siege lines, temporary fortifications, and evidence of deliberate destruction. For instance, the siege of Oxford Castle in 1142, where Matilda managed to flee across frozen terrain on a winter night, encapsulates the volatile shifts in power during this era of political turmoil. Archaeological findings from rural settlements, such as Warren Percy in Yorkshire, vividly depict the economic upheaval caused by prolonged warfare in the 1140s. Evidence of abandonment, burned structures, and hastily discarded items suggest the swift evacuation of local populations. With the decline of royal authority, regional leaders exploited neighboring territories through tribute and engaged in private conflicts that disrupted agricultural activities and trade networks, threatening the economic stability established under Henry II's rule. The Treaty of Wallingford in 1153 eventually resolved the succession crisis by recognizing Stephen as king for his lifetime and designating Matilda's son, Henry, as his heir. Archaeological studies of Wallingford showcase its significant earthwork fortifications that played a critical role during the Civil War, featuring multiple defensive structures and remnants of siege operations that underscored its strategic importance. The treaty negotiations held at Wallingford were impacted by these imposing fortifications, serving as a poignant reminder of the costs of warfare and motivating both parties to seek a resolution. Henry II assumed the English throne in 1154 at the age of 21, becoming one of the most capable rulers in medieval Europe. His reign would eventually see his territories expand from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees Mountains. Inheriting England and Normandy from his grandfather, Henry I and Anjou, Maine, and Touraine from his father, Geoffrey Plantagenet, the young king's union with Eleanor of Aquitaine in 1152 added her vast duchies in southwestern France to create a formidable empire that would significantly influence Western European politics for the following century. Archaeological findings from Chinon, one of Henry's favoured residences, unveil a sophisticated castle complex serving as an administrative hub for his widespread territories. This complex featured residential quarters, administrative structures, and defensive fortifications to support the itinerant court required to govern such vast domains. Henry's establishment of advanced administrative systems within his empire set a new standard for governmental machinery in medieval Europe. The creation of specialized departments for various aspects of royal administration facilitated systematic record-keeping and policy execution across regions with distinct legal traditions and administrative customs. Unearthed remains from Westminster showcase the construction of new government edifices tailored to house the expanding bureaucracy, complete with designated chambers for different administrative functions and secure archives for governmental records. Under Henry II's guidance, the evolution of common law fostered unified legal procedures that gradually supplanted the diverse local customs and feudal privileges prevalent in earlier legal frameworks. By dispatching royal justices on regular circuits throughout England, the king established consistent legal norms while extending royal jurisdiction into previously independent local spheres. Excavated structures from shire towns attest to the construction of specialized facilities intended to host these judicial sessions, featuring formal courtrooms and secure accommodations for defendants awaiting trial. Henry's issuance of the Constitutions of Clarendon in 1164 aimed to delineate the relationship between royal and ecclesiastical authority through a comprehensive legal framework. Comprising 16 clauses, the document addressed a wide array of matters such as clerical taxation and criminal jurisdiction over clergy members, underscoring the king's resolute endeavour to establish royal supremacy across all facets of English society. Excavations at Clarendon Palace have unveiled a grand royal complex where these constitutions were decreed, featuring magnificent halls and residential structures that served as fitting venues for the formal ceremonies accompanying significant legislative declarations. The conflict with Thomas Becket stemmed from Henry appointing his chancellor as Archbishop of Canterbury in 1162, anticipating ongoing collaboration from his former subordinate in administration. Becket's transition from a loyal servant to a champion of ecclesiastical rights mirrored a spiritual metamorphosis coinciding with his ascension to the foremost ecclesiastical position in England. Archaeological findings at Canterbury Cathedral shed light on the extensive renovation efforts carried out during Becket's tenure as Archbishop, with new constructions reflecting revised liturgical practices and architectural styles that underline the church's autonomy from secular influence. The intensifying rift between Henry and Becket revolved around fundamental queries regarding the interaction of temporal and spiritual authority, echoing long-standing divisions in medieval Europe stemming from the investiture controversy. Becket's staunch opposition to royal endeavours to subject clergy to criminal trials in secular courts epitomised broader ecclesiastical demands for freedom from lay intervention in ecclesiastical matters. Discoveries at locations like Northampton where Becket faced trial before a royal tribunal in 1164, provide insight into the formal settings where these constitutional conflicts unfolded, featuring grand halls designed to accommodate the intricate ceremonies surrounding medieval legal processes. Becket's exile in France from 1164 to 1170 precipitated an international crisis that embroiled not only the Pope, but also the French monarch and other European dignitaries in English ecclesiastical affairs. Rewritten text, Pontine Abbey provided a secure residence for the archbishop, serving as a strategic hub for organizing resistance against Henry's ecclesiastical policies while maintaining connections with supporters in England. Excavations at Pontine have unveiled the monastic complex where Becket sought refuge during his exile, showcasing the international pilgrimage that surrounded the exiled archbishop even prior to his eventual martyrdom. The brief reconciliation between Henry and Becket in 1170 masked underlying tensions, failing to address the root causes of their initial discord. Becket's homecoming to Canterbury later that year was marred by his excommunication of bishops involved in Henry's son's coronation, underscoring his ongoing defiance of royal authority. Evidence from Canterbury indicates preparations for Becket's return, including alterations to the cathedral and archiepiscopal palace, reflecting his resolve to affirm ecclesiastical autonomy. The assassination of Thomas Becket in Canterbury Cathedral on December 29, 1170, reverberated across medieval Europe, catalyzing a potent martyrdom cult within Christian history. The four knights, Reginald Fitzes, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard le Breton, who slew Archbishop Becket, acted based on their interpretation of Henry's disgruntled remarks about the troublesome prelate, despite the king's consistent denial of any directive to assassinate Becket. Archaeological inquiries at Canterbury Cathedral have pinpointed the likely site of Becket's murder near St. Benedict's altar, revealing modifications made to accommodate the swift establishment of a shrine at the scene of the martyrdom. Following Becket's death, a wave of miracle accounts and pilgrimages emerged, transforming Canterbury into a paramount religious destination in Europe. Contemporary reports detail miraculous healings attributed to Becket's blood and personal belongings, as the cathedral's monks meticulously documented these wonders to bolster their push for the archbishop's canonization. Archaeological findings illustrate the swift establishment of facilities to cater to pilgrims, including new lodgings, roads, and commercial establishments that fueled the religious tourism pivotal to Canterbury's economy. In 1174, Henry's act of penance at Becket's tomb stood as one of medieval Europe's most striking demonstrations of royal humility, as the king underwent ritual scourging by Canterbury's monks clad in penitential attire. This ceremonial gesture held significance beyond religious connotations, showcasing Henry's acknowledgement that Becket's martyrdom had reshaped the dynamics between royal and ecclesiastical power. Archaeological evidence from Canterbury Cathedral unveils the opulent shrine erected to enshrine Becket's remains, adorned with gold and silver ornamentation that mirrored the substantial wealth amassed through pilgrimages to the martyr's site. The 1173 to 1174 uprising, led by Henry's eldest son, aided by Eleanor of Aquitaine, posed as the gravest challenge to Angevin authority during Henry's reign. The revolt's timing, intersecting with Henry's clash with Becket's supporters, and external pressure from the French monarch, precipitated a crisis that endangered the empire's unity. Discoveries from locations like Framlingham Castle in Suffolk unveil the strongholds erected by rebellious barons with formidable stone defences, providing secure hubs for anti-royal activities. The 1174 siege of Rouen showcased Henry's military prowess and unwavering resolve to retain command over his continental holdings. The city's strategic significance as Normandy's capital rendered its defence pivotal for royal authority, with its fall potentially granting the French king a gateway for further encroachment into Norman territories. Archaeological excavations at Rouen have unveiled proof of siege tactics involving temporary fortifications and systematic destruction associated with military operations aimed at securing the city's allegiance to Henry. The rise of Richard the Cedar in 1189 saw a shift in royal focus towards crusading and continental warfare over English governance. To prepare for the Third Crusade, the new king required substantial financial resources, leading to adjustments at sites like the Tower of London to safeguard the considerable treasure amassed for the expedition, including fortified walls and enhanced storage facilities to protect riches sourced from English lands. The Third Crusade marked medieval England's most extensive military endeavour, showcasing the administrative adeptness attained during the era. Richard's meticulously organised fleet, stationed at Portsmouth and other ports, featured vessels capable of transporting troops, horses, siege paraphernalia, and provisions vital for sustained military campaigns in the eastern Mediterranean. Examination of medieval shipyards has unveiled the construction methods used for these specialised transport ships, emphasising reinforced hulls and increased cargo capacity tailored to the exigencies of crusading warfare. Richard's military ventures in the Levant solidified his renown as a premier medieval European commander, all while underscoring the challenges inherent in crusading warfare against sophisticated Muslim adversaries. The pivotal siege of Acre, in which Richard's forces played a decisive role, underscored the effectiveness of Western military technology and the resilience of Islamic defensive strategies. Excavations at Acre have brought to light traces of siege activities featuring substantial stone projectiles and signs of deliberate destruction that heralded the city's eventual surrender to crusading forces. The capture of the king by Leopold of Austria on his return journey led to a succession crisis that tested the stability of Angevin governmental institutions. Richard's imprisonment in Germany from 1192 to 1194 required a substantial ransom that strained English resources and provided opportunities for his brother John to seek liberation attempts. Archaeological findings from sites such as Nottingham Castle reveal fortifications erected by John during Richard's absence, showcasing new defensive structures that established secure bases for his bid to seize royal authority. Elena of Aquitaine played a crucial role in securing Richard's release, highlighting the enduring significance of royal women in medieval politics, despite their formal exclusion from governmental power. The Queen Mother's negotiations with Emperor Henry VI demanded diplomatic acumen and financial backing that reflected her extensive experience in European politics. Archaeological findings from sites like Winchester unveil the administrative framework that supported Elena's endeavours, including expanded facilities for record-keeping and financial management to coordinate the ransom collection across Richard's territories. Following Richard's death at the Siege of Chalus, John's accession in 1199 presented immediate challenges from his nephew, Arthur of Brittany, whose supporters argued for his superior claim based on primogeniture. This dispute underscored the uncertainty of Omjan's succession practices and the intricate inheritance arrangements that governed medieval royal families. Archaeological evidence from sites like Rouen exhibit the fortifications constructed by both claimants during their power struggle, displaying competing defensive structures that divided Norman loyalties among rival members of the royal family. The loss of Normandy to Philip Augustus of France in 1204 marked the most significant territorial setback suffered by English kings since the Norman Conquest. John's failure to safeguard his continental holdings exposed both military shortcomings and financial strain resulting from years of warfare and expenditures on crusades. Archaeological findings at Norman castles like Chateau Gaillard demonstrate the elaborate defensive structures commissioned by Richard the Ferns to safeguard the duchy, featuring concentric fortifications and pioneering architectural elements. However, these defences ultimately proved insufficient in the face of sustained French pressure and John's military ineptitude. The interdict enforced by Pope Innocent III between 1208 and 1213 precipitated an unparalleled religious and political crisis, in medieval England. The papal decree, which restricted religious services to baptisms and last rites, effectively placed the entire realm under spiritual embargo, while John's excommunication in 1209 absolved his subjects of their oaths of loyalty. Discoveries in parish churches showcase the interdict's impact, revealing deserted religious structures and disrupted ecclesiastical practices that reverberated throughout medieval social life. John's acquiescence to papal supremacy in 1213 marked a pivotal shift, elevating England to a papal fiefdom and granting the king robust ecclesiastical backing against internal dissent. The symbolic transfer of his crown to the papal legate at Dover, followed by its immediate return as a papal vassal, constituted a momentous event in English political annals. Archaeological insights from Dover Castle unveil the grand royal complex involved in this ceremony, characterized by expansive halls and ceremonial chambers befitting such a significant political spectacle. The baronial opposition culminating in the Magna Carta reflected deep-seated disputes over the boundaries of royal authority and the rights of subjects within the governmental framework. The barons' complaints focused on John's arbitrary taxation, his misuse of feudal obligations, and his disregard for traditional legal procedures that had historically safeguarded against royal oppression. Archaeological findings from locations like Rennes indicate the meadow setting where the final negotiations occurred, along with evidence of temporary structures built to accommodate the gathered nobility and their followers during the prolonged deliberations that led to the creation of the Charter. Magna Carta's 63 clauses target specific injustices while establishing broad principles that would shape constitutional evolution for generations. The provisions in the Charter concerning taxation, legal processes, and individual rights mirrored the barons' resolve to confine royal power within legal frameworks designed to uphold customary privileges. Archaeological evidence from sites such as St. Albans uncovers the monastic scriptoria, where copies of the Charter were transcribed for dissemination across the realm, showcasing the specialized materials and techniques employed in producing these essential constitutional records. The outbreak of the First Barons' War subsequent to John's rejection of Magna Carta underscored the vulnerabilities of the constitutional agreement and the enduring differences surrounding royal authority. The barons' overture to Prince Louis of France to seize the English throne opened the door to Capetian dominance that posed a threat to overturn the heritage of the Norman Conquest. Archaeological findings from siege locations like Rochester Castle highlight the ferocity of the conflict that accompanied this constitutional crisis, with traces of deliberate destruction and the advanced siege strategies employed by both royal and baronial factions. John's demise at Newark on October 19, 1216, in the midst of the struggle. The conflict known as the First Barons' War presented an unforeseen opportunity for a constitutional resolution that would significantly alter English royal authority. The ascension of 9-year-old Henry III, under the guardianship of William Marshal-era Pembroke, brought about a change in the political landscape by alleviating the personal hostilities that had fueled the opposition by the barons against John's reign. Archaeological findings from Gloucester Cathedral, the site of Henry's hurried coronation, illustrate the modest nature of the ceremony compared to previous royal inaugurations. The temporary setup was a result of the civil unrest, with traditional regalia being missing due to being captured by rebel forces. The young king's coronation with his mother's gold circlet instead of the crown jewels symbolized not only the monarchy's diminished status, but also the practical adjustments needed during times of political turmoil. William Marshall's appointment as regent underscored the barons' acknowledgement that only an individual of impeccable integrity and military prowess could adeptly navigate the intricate challenges besetting the kingdom. Despite being over 70 years old, Marshall brought with him a wealth of experience gained from serving 4 former monarchs, coupled with a reputation for ethical behavior that transcended political divides. Excavations conducted at his estate in Caversham unveiled substantial stone structures and defensive fortifications that bolstered his regional authority. Historical records showcase his systematic approach to re-establishing royal governance through meticulous personnel selection and methodical restoration of administrative protocols. The reissuance of Magna Carta in November 1216, revised to eliminate contentious clauses while upholding core safeguards against monarchical abuses, underscored the new administration's dedication to upholding constitutional principles. The updated charter did away with provisions for perpetual oversight of royal actions while upholding essential legal protections and constraints on arbitrary taxation. Unearthed evidence from scriptoria at St. Albans and other monastic hubs unveiled the swift replication of Magna Carta copies for dissemination across England, showcasing standardized parchment preparation methods and scribing techniques that ensured precise propagation of the constitutional text. The pivotal moment was the Siege of Lincoln in May 1217, where Marshall's triumph over a coalition of rebellious barons and French forces definitively quashed organized opposition to Henry's reign. Marshall's victory exemplified his enduring military acumen despite his advanced age, highlighted by tactical innovations that capitalized on the urban topography to counterbalance French cavalry superiority. Archaeological inquiries into Lincoln's medieval fortifications yielded evidence of the siege's operations, including makeshift defenses erected by both assailants and defenders, alongside scattered weaponry and gear corroborating contemporary reports of intense combat within the city's narrow thoroughfares. The naval clash at Sandwich in August 1217 neutralized the French threat by decimating the supply fleet that sustained Prince Louis's troops in England. Under Huberid Dierberg's leadership, the English fleet showcased its maritime prowess developed during the Angevin era, utilizing specialized warships fitted for ramming and boarding maneuvers against enemy ships. Excavations of medieval harbors uncover the infrastructure essential for supporting naval operations, encompassing shipyards, rope walks, and storage facilities for naval supplies, pivotal in sustaining prolonged maritime endeavors. The Treaty of Lambeth in September 1217 formally quashed French involvement in English affairs, setting the stage for diplomatic negotiations that would shape future conflict resolution strategies. Louis's relinquishment of his English throne, claim in return for financial restitution and safe passage for his allies, exemplified the practical approach emblematic of Marshall's regency. Recovered artifacts from Lambeth Palace outline the ecclesiastical ambience where pivotal negotiations transpired, featuring grand halls and residential structures that facilitated the diplomatic talks resolving the constitutional crisis. Administrative innovations by the minority government laid the groundwork for enduring royal authority during Henry's extensive reign. Establishment of specialized departments for distinct governmental functions fostered institutional continuity, independent of individual figures or political climates. Evidence from Westminster unveils the construction of new administrative complexes tailored for the expanded bureaucracy, housing specialized chambers for record-keeping, financial management, and legal proceedings indicative of the advancing sophistication of royal governance. The systematic restoration of royal castles, damaged in the Civil War, epitomized the methodical approach defining the minority government's policies. Noteworthy sites such as Rochester, KF, and Dover received significant investment in defensive enhancements and residential accommodations, revitalizing their role as hubs of royal power. Archaeological excavations unveil evidence of the construction methods utilized during this restoration initiative, showcasing enhanced masonry craftsmanship and innovative architectural elements that integrated insights derived from recent siege warfare. The commencement of Henry's assumption of personal rule in 1227 signified the onset of a new era in English royal governance. Despite the tensions that arose due to the young king's lack of experience and reliance on foreign advisors, which unsettled English barons anticipating a greater role in governmental matters, The removal of Hubert d'Aberg in 1232 severed the final link to the previously successful minority administration. This dismissal also paved the way for Pavan and provincial favourites to assume authoritative positions, despite their unfamiliarity with English political customs. Archaeological findings from royal residences indicate substantial alterations made to accommodate these foreign courtiers through the construction of new residential structures and ceremonial venues reflecting continental architectural inclinations. By marrying Elelana of Provence in 1236, Henry reinforced continental connections while introducing additional foreign influences that complicated English political dynamics. The advancement of Elelana's relatives, notably her uncles Peter of Egablon and Boniface of Savoy, through significant English benefices and governmental roles, bred discontent among English nobles who felt marginalized from royal favor. Archaeological evidence from episcopal palaces highlights extensive building endeavors undertaken by these foreign ecclesiastics, showcasing construction projects that underscored their affluence and political clout at the expense of the traditional English recipients of royal patronage. Henry's ill-fated 1242 expedition to Pau represented his most serious endeavor to reclaim the continental territories lost by his predecessor. However, military ineptitude and insufficient financial backing doomed the campaign to failure. The king's ineffective coordination with local allies and inability to adapt to evolving military conditions in France underscored the limitations of English military prowess, following years of civil unrest and administrative neglect. Archaeological findings at French castle sites reveal intricate defensive structures that English forces encountered, including concentric fortifications and innovative architectural elements, showcasing advancements in military engineering over time. The failure of the Pavan expedition triggered a financial crisis, escalating tensions between the crown and its subjects regarding taxation and government spending. Henry encountered mounting opposition from barons as he sought extraordinary taxes to finance further continental endeavors, with doubts raised about the campaign's feasibility and its benefits to English interests. Archaeological excavations in SH towns elucidate the administrative framework essential for tax collection, highlighting specialized structures and record-keeping systems that documented the increasing strain on English resources to support royal ambitions. The Sicilian affair of 1254, where Henry accepted papal offers of the Sicilian crown for his son Edmund, brought about financial commitments surpassing the kingdom's capabilities and elicited resistance to papal taxation. Papal demands for substantial payments to back military operations against the Hohenstaufen dynasty clashed with English political traditions mandating consent for extraordinary taxes. Discoveries at ecclesiastical sites shed light on the impact of papal taxation on English religious establishments, demonstrating financial stress and diminished construction activity indicative of resource redirection towards supporting papal political goals. Simon de Montfort's rise as a key figure in the baronial opposition to Henry stemmed from personal grievances and broader concerns about royal authority and governmental responsibility. Although his marriage to the king's sister Elelana initially integrated him into the royal circle, subsequent disagreements over financial matters and political sway transformed him into a vocal critic of royal policies. Archaeological findings from his Kenilworth estates unveil a significant castle complex that served as the military headquarters for his political endeavors, featuring innovative defensive elements and residential quarters befitting his stature as one of England's most influential magnates. The stipulations laid out in the Oxford Provisions of 1258 marked a comprehensive effort to revamp royal governance since the era of Magna Carta, instituting judicial oversight of royal administration while addressing specific concerns regarding taxation, foreign influences, and legal proceedings. The meticulous provisions for governmental restructuring within the document highlighted strategic planning by baronial leaders who possessed a deep comprehension of constitutional principles alongside practical expertise in administrative matters. Evidences excavated from Oxford illustrate the academic backdrop where these negotiations transpired, showcasing the intellectual fervour that fueled constitutional advancements during that period. The formation of the Council of 15 under these provisions introduced unprecedented constraints on royal power, while instituting avenues for baronial involvement in governmental decision-making processes. The council's makeup, encompassing representatives from diverse baronial factions, in addition to royal appointees, reflected endeavours to harmonise conflicting interests while ensuring the efficient operation of the government. Archaeological evidence from sites of council gatherings unveils the formal venues where these constitutional reforms were actualised, featuring grand halls and ceremonial chambers that served as fitting settings for the intricate procedures mandated by the provisions. The enactments of the Westminster Provisions in 1259 expanded constitutional reform to local governance and judicial management, addressing issues concerning sheriff's conduct, court protocols, and the dynamics between royal and local authorities. These provisions mirrored broader apprehensions about governmental liability and the safeguarding of individual liberties that had surfaced over years of administrative expansion and political discord. Archaeological findings from shire courts and local administrative centres uncover the effects of these reforms on governmental operations, showcasing adjustments to infrastructure and protocols to facilitate new oversight measures and appeal procedures. Henry's rejection of the stipulations in 1261, backed by papal absolution from his vow to adhere to constitutional constraints, sparked the political crisis that led to a civil war. The king's appeal to Louis IX of France for mediation illustrated his resolve to reinstate complete royal authority while steering clear of any semblance of arbitrary behaviour. Discoveries from royal fortresses indicate extensive military readiness efforts during this epoch, inclusive of enhancements to defensive structures and stockpiling of military resources, signifying a mutual acknowledgement from both camps that the constitutional dispute might demand military intervention. The Mise of Amiens in January 1264, where Louis IX annulled the provisions of Oxford while upholding royal supremacy, dashed hopes for a peaceful constitutional resolution and rendered armed conflict unavoidable. The French monarch's decision mirrored his allegiance to royal privileges and apprehensions about the precedent that a successful baronial resistance could establish for his own realm. Evidence unearthed from locations along the Channel coast uncovers military preparations by both factions, characterized by fortification enhancements and resource hoarding, underscoring the magnitude of the looming confrontation. The commencement of the Second Barons' War in April 1264 embodied a foundational struggle between conflicting visions of English governance, pitting royalists defending established royal customs against baronial demands for constitutional restrictions and governmental transparency. The initial phase of the war witnessed swift territorial partitions as local magnates aligned themselves based on personal connections, regional concerns, and ideological allegiances to contrasting constitutional principles. Archaeological findings from castle sites delineate the hurried military arrangements by both sides, featuring expedited fortification upgrades and resource accumulations that mirrored the abrupt escalation of the conflict's intensity. The Battle of Lewes that took place on May 14, 1264, stands out as one of the most significant conflicts in English constitutional history. Simon de Montfort's triumph over the royal forces opened up unprecedented possibilities for enacting baronial governmental reforms. Positioned on the advantageous South Downs battlefield, Montfort ingeniously leveraged the terrain features to offset the royal cavalry's dominance. Excavations of the battleground have unveiled signs of the intense combat, such as scattered weapons and equipment, corroborating contemporary descriptions of fierce clashes between heavily armoured adversaries. Henry III's capture during the battle reshaped the political landscape, subjecting the king to baronial authority while upholding the facade of royal power. Montfort's respectful treatment of his regal captive demonstrated a blend of practical political acumen and genuine regard for monarchical prestige. This approach continued as Montfort oversaw governmental changes that curtailed royal influence. Discoveries at the locations where Henry was kept reveal meticulously furnished accommodations, featuring living quarters and ceremonial spaces designed to maintain regal decorum while ensuring baronial oversight. The post-battle mise of Lewis negotiation solidified the constitutional framework for baronial governance, while also safeguarding monarchical institutions through new oversight mechanisms, including provisions for foreign arbitration of any lingering disputes reflected Montfort's insights into the necessity of international support for a lasting constitutional agreement. Excavations at these negotiation sites showcased the formal venues, such as grand halls and ceremonial chambers, where these pivotal constitutional accords were reached. Under Montfort's leadership, the establishment of a baronial government led to groundbreaking experiments and a constitutional framework that would shape English political evolution for generations. Through the methodical restructuring of royal administration, legal procedures, and financial management, Montfort's government not only presented practical alternatives to traditional royal governance, but also successfully ensured the continuity of effective governmental functions. Discoveries from archaeological excavations at Westminster uncover adaptations made to governmental structures to accommodate new administrative processes, including enhanced facilities for record keeping and consultations. These modifications reflected the implementation of more intricate decision-making systems characteristic of baronial rule. The calling of the 1265 Parliament marked a pivotal moment in Montfort's tenure, introducing a progressive constitutional advancement that broadened political engagement beyond the conventional baronial and ecclesiastical circles to embrace representatives from shires and boroughs. This expansion of parliamentary representation met both the pragmatic requirements for increased political backing and the theoretical commitment to fostering more comprehensive governmental involvement. Further evidenced by alterations made at Westminster Hall, adjustments were made to cater to the enlarged assembly by introducing additional seating arrangements and procedural enhancements that facilitated the participation of representatives less acquainted with traditional parliamentary protocols. The incorporation of burgesses and knights of the shire into Parliament established a precedent for representative governance that fundamentally reshaped the course of English political progress. These representatives furnished parliamentary discussions with local insights and practical knowledge, while also establishing channels for conveying governmental policies to regional communities. Archaeological findings from borough centres unveil the administrative framework that underpinned this representative system, manifested through meeting venues and record-keeping facilities that empowered local communities to designate representatives and articulate their concerns to the central authorities. Edward's escape from baronial confinement in May 1265 heralded the conclusive phase of the civil conflict, leveraging the future king's military standing and political alliances to swiftly mobilize royalist troops. His coalition with Gilbert, declared Earl of Gloucester, illustrated the depth of political maneuvering and military affiliations at play during this tumultuous period. Fragmentation of baronial unity arose as Montfort's administration grappled with the practical complexities of governance while upholding military authority. Excavations at locations such as Lello unveil fortified castle complexes that served as strategic bases for loyalist military endeavours, boasting enhanced defences and stockpiles that sustained prolonged engagements against baronial adversaries. The clash at Evesham on August 4, 1265, culminated in the dismantling of organised baronial opposition following Montfort's demise and the obliteration of his armed forces. Edward's strategic innovations, encompassing the deployment of Welsh foot soldiers and synchronized cavalry offensives, showcased military proficiencies that would later shape pivotal triumphs in his continental and Celtic exploits. Archaeological scrutiny of the battleground has unveiled remnants attesting to the ferocity of the conflict, including mass grave sites and strewn weaponry that corroborate contemporary narratives of the battle's crippling blow to baronial military might. The methodical reprisal against Montfort loyalists under the Edict of Kenilworth heralded unprecedented prospects for royal land reallocation, while engendering enduring animosity among dispossessed households. Terms stipulated for the restitution of seized estates mandated payments equivalent to multiple years' earnings, underscoring the Crown's fiscal exigencies and resolve to preclude future uprisings through fiscal sanctions. Excavations at once baronial domains divulged the repercussions of these seizures, with indications of administrative overhauls and fresh construction endeavours reflective of their transference to royal adherents. The progressive process of reconciliation post-Esham underscored Henry's realization that sustainable tranquility hinged on conciliation with erstwhile adversaries rather than unremitting exclusion from political engagement. The partial reinstatement of confiscated properties and the incorporation of former insurgents into royal duties epitomized pragmatic political calculus rather than magnanimous absolution. Archaeological findings from locales like Kenilworth unveil the substantial adaptations orchestrated to renovate Montfort's former bastion into a regal abode. During the 1260s, Edward assumed greater governmental responsibilities as his father aged, signalling a restoration of royal authority through new constructions that integrated defensive strategies from the Civil War era. His involvement in Welsh military campaigns and negotiation of the Treaty of Montgomery in 1267 showcased his diplomatic prowess alongside his established military acumen. Archaeological findings from border fortresses highlight advancements in defensive techniques and architectural designs influenced by recent conflicts. Edward's participation in the 1270-1272 crusade signaled his dedication to Christian objectives and facilitated valuable military and diplomatic relations. His leadership in campaigns such as Louis IX's Tunis Crusade and independent Holy Land expedition solidified his reputation as a skilled commander and enhanced his international network. Analysis of crusade sites unveils military technologies and strategic developments that shaped Edward's future castle constructions. After Henry III's death in 1272, Edward's smooth succession exemplified a shift towards stable dynastic transfers, supported by the kingdom's peaceful acceptance of his authority despite his absence. Architectural remnants from Westminster Abbey, including Henry's elaborate tomb, reflect a celebration of royal authority tempered by the constitutional constraints that defined his reign. Edward II's coronation on August 19, 1274, signified the commencement of a reign that would significantly reshape English royal authority through military conquest, legal advancements, and administrative restructuring. Ascending to the throne, the new king brought with him military expertise acquired from participation in civil conflicts and crusades, as well as political acumen honed over years of governmental involvement under his father's guidance. Unearthed archaeological findings from Westminster unveil the intricate ceremonial preparations for Edward's coronation, which included modifications to the Albion Palace reflecting the heightened royal grandeur that would define his rule. The enactment of the Statute of Westminster I in 1275 marked the initiation of Edward's methodical legal reforms, aimed at addressing procedural challenges and substantive legal issues that had provoked grievances in previous decades. The provisions of the statute concerning criminal procedure, property rights, and judicial administration were crafted through meticulous analysis of legal issues and pragmatic solutions, following extensive consultations with legal experts and political leaders. Evidence uncovered from archaeological excavations at judicial centres and administrative facilities showcases the impact of these legal reforms on governmental practices, introducing new protocols and recording systems that enhance judicial efficiency while safeguarding individual rights. Edward's military campaigns in Wales from 1276 onwards marked a systematic effort at Celtic subjugation not seen since the Norman era. These campaigns integrated strategic military innovations with administrative arrangements designed for lasting territorial integration rather than mere temporary control. The king's approach of coordinated offensives from various bases, complemented by naval activities and systematic castle construction, heralded military capabilities surpassing previous English endeavours in Wales. Archaeological findings at locations such as Flint and Rutland shed light on the castle construction initiatives that accompanied the military conquest, featuring novel defensive structures and residential facilities that established secure footholds for English governance in the conquered regions. The subjugation of Gwynedd from 1282 to 1283 marked the eradication of the final autonomous Welsh principality, solidifying English administrative authority over territories that had enjoyed self-rule since Roman times. The death of Llywelyn ap Gruffudd in December 1282 quelled Welsh resistance, while the capture and execution of his brother Dafydd in 1283 underscored Edward's resolve to uproot potential centres of future uprisings. Evidence unearthed from sites like Caernarfon and Conwy unveils the extensive castle construction initiative that cemented English dominion, featuring architectural elements marrying military utility with symbolic proclamations of royal supremacy. In 1284, the Statute of Wales established the legal and administrative framework for governing conquered Welsh territories. This statute introduced English legal procedures while also recognising certain local customs and traditional practices. Its provisions for organisational structure, judicial administration, and tax collection laid the foundation for governmental systems that integrated Welsh territories into the English administrative framework. Archaeological findings from newly established administrative hubs indicate the swift development of government infrastructure, including courts, prisons, and record-keeping facilities that facilitated English governance in formerly autonomous regions. Edward's construction of Welsh castles represented a monumental military engineering endeavour in medieval Britain. These fortifications formed a network that controlled strategic points, showcasing royal authority through impressive architecture. Sites such as Caernarfon, Harley, and Beaumaris showcased cutting-edge military architecture, with concentric defences, innovative gate designs, and residential areas designed to meet both practical needs and symbolic purposes. Archaeological surveys of these locations highlight the advanced construction methods used, demonstrating the involvement of skilled craftsmen and significant resources necessary for these ambitious construction projects. The expulsion of the Jewish community in 1290 marked one of Edward's most contentious policies. This action removed a group that had historically provided vital financial services to kings, while also garnering public backing through religiously motivated sentiments. The expulsion affected around 16,000 individuals who were compelled to abandon their assets and enterprises, seeking asylum in European communities. Archaeological evidence from former Jewish neighbourhoods in cities like London and York reveals substantial commercial and residential developments left behind due to the hurried exodus and systematic seizure of property following the expulsion. The 1295 Model Parliament laid the foundation for representative government during the medieval period and beyond. Edward's call to lords, clergy, and elected representatives from shires and boroughs formed an inclusive assembly backing royal policies financially and politically. Adaptations in Westminster Hall, seen through archaeological findings, accommodated the extended assembly, improving seating and procedures for nationwide representation. Parliamentary taxation under Edward introduced systematic revenue mechanisms dependent on political consent, setting limits on royal financial autonomy while ensuring steady income streams. The requirement for parliamentary approval of extraordinary taxes established constitutional restraints on royal finances, as shown by archaeological data from tax collection hubs, showcasing the infrastructure vital for executing parliamentary funds with specialised structures and record-keeping systems tracking national taxation intricacies. The Scottish succession crisis post-Alexander III's demise in 1286 allowed English interference dominating Edward's rule, with John Balliol and Robert Bruce contesting complex inheritance rules guiding royal successions. Despite competing claims complicating peace efforts, archaeological evidence from Scottish royal sites displays the political turmoil post-Alexander's passing, evident in defensive actions and administrative chaos, signaling uncertainty over future governance setups. Edward's role as mediator in the Scottish succession conflict highlighted his legal acumen and strategic agenda to expand English control over Scottish matters. His precondition for recognition as Scotland's overlord before arbitration showcased a resolve to set legal precedents for future English interventions in Scottish politics. Archaeological findings at locations like Norman Castle reveal the formal environments where pivotal negotiations occurred, featuring grand halls and ceremonial chambers that served as appropriate venues for significant political deliberations. John Ball's installment as the King of Scotland in 1292 established a subordinate relationship that Edward anticipated would grant English influence over Scottish affairs without the need for expensive and challenging direct conquest. Ball's acknowledgement of Edward and submission to English authority laid down legal structures that the English monarch would utilize to legitimize subsequent interventions in Scottish political affairs. Evidence from Scottish administrative hubs demonstrates the continued functioning of governmental bodies during Ball's reign, albeit with an escalating level of English supervision and interference in legal and administrative affairs. The outbreak of conflict with France in 1294, arising from territorial disputes in Gascony, imposed financial and military strains on English resources while fostering Scottish defiance against English dominion. The Franco-Scottish coalition that emerged from these circumstances would profoundly shift the strategic equilibrium in northern Britain, turning English dominance into an enduring struggle for supremacy, draining vast resources and prompting unparalleled military advancements. Edward's demise at Berg by Sands on July 7, 1307, during a march against Scottish insurgents, marked the conclusion of an era characterized by assertive English expansion and the start of a phase typified by military setbacks, political turmoil, and societal reform that would reshape medieval England. Edward II's accession ushered in a king whose nature and preferences contrasted sharply with those of his formidable father. The youthful monarch, aged 23, lacked both the military prowess and political acuity that defined Edward III's rule. Archaeological findings from royal residences during Edward II's early reign revealed modifications that included workshops and recreational facilities, showcasing the king's unconventional interests in crafts, rowing, and other activities viewed as incompatible with traditional royal decorum by contemporary nobility. This departure from conventional royal behavior sparked criticism from nobles expecting more customary conduct. The dynamic between Edward II and Piers Gaveston defined the initial years of the reign, escalating political tensions that contributed significantly to the monarch's eventual downfall. Gaveston, a Gasconian knight who had been Edward's companion since youth, was bestowed with unprecedented honours and wealth, inciting envy among English nobles who felt marginalised in favour of Gaveston. Excavations at Gaveston's estates unveiled extensive construction projects funded by royal allocations, featuring intricate residential complexes and defensive structures that underscored his remarkable influence while diverting resources away from traditional beneficiaries of royal favour. The 1311 ordinances were a strategic effort by the barons to limit royal prerogatives by imposing constitutional restrictions aimed at addressing grievances related to Gaveston's sway and broader concerns regarding governmental accountability. Comprising 41 clauses, the ordinances established baronial oversight over royal appointments, financial affairs, and foreign policy, mandating Gaveston's permanent banishment. Archaeological evidence from sites where these decrees were negotiated shed light on the formal settings of the constitutional conflicts, showcasing grand halls and ceremonial chambers as venues for the intricate protocols characterizing medieval political crises. Gaveston's ill-fated return from exile in 1312 triggered a crisis culminating in his capture and execution by a coalition led by Thomas of Lancaster. His demise at Blacklow Hill on June 19, 1312, addressed immediate baronial grievances but exacerbated lasting animosity between the king and his nobles, perpetuating political discord throughout the reign. Archaeological investigation at the site of the execution has unveiled evidence of temporary structures constructed for the judicial killing, characterized by post holes and disturbed ground, that align with contemporary descriptions of the intricate ceremonial practices surrounding Gaveston's demise. The king's sorrow over Gaveston's death, coupled with his resolute desire to punish the culpable parties, initiated a cycle of retaliation and retribution that unsettled English political affairs for the remainder of the reign. Edward's systematic ostracization of Gaveston's assailants from royal favour, alongside the promotion of new favourites such as Hugh Despenser the Younger, underscored his failure to heed past errors and fostered fresh sources of political discord. Analysis of archaeological findings from royal castles discloses extensive alterations made to ensure secure lodging for the king's new confidants, incorporating defensive enhancements and residential quarters indicative of persistent concerns regarding noble conflicts. The renewed Scottish military campaigns under Edward II exposed his military ineptitude, evident in poorly coordinated expeditions that yielded minimal results despite significant resource consumption. The 1314 campaign, aimed at lifting the siege of Stirling Castle, exhibited tactical rigidity that sharply contrasted with his father's innovative military strategies. Investigations at military supply depots unveil substantial logistical preparations conducted for these campaigns, featuring amassed weaponry, provisions, and gear that represented substantial investments in military endeavours, consistently falling short of their objectives. The Battle of Bannockburn on June 23, 1314, stands as one of the most pivotal defeats in English military annals, with Robert Bruce's tactical ingenuity countering English strengths in heavy cavalry and archery by leveraging terrain advantages and the innovative deployment of schiltrons. The proximity of the battlefield to Stirling afforded the Scottish forces strategic advantages, which Bruce exploited through disciplined infantry formations capable of withstanding cavalry charges while maintaining offensive capabilities. Archaeological investigations in the area have unveiled evidence of meticulous preparations executed by both armies, such as temporary fortifications, supply depots, and a methodical planning process that defined Bruce's defensive tactics. The English army that gathered for the Bannockburn campaign constituted one of the largest military forces assembled during the medieval era. Contemporary sources estimate that it comprised over 20,000 troops, including heavy cavalry, infantry, and specialized units like Welsh archers and Irish Carns. This army's composition mirrored the military resources accessible to English monarchs, with feudal levies supplemented by mercenaries and allied contingents, showcasing the international nature of medieval warfare. Excavations at assembly points have unveiled the logistical infrastructure essential for managing such sizable forces, including temporary structures and supply facilities to sustain prolonged military campaigns. The initial days of the battle involved preliminary skirmishes that set the tactical framework for the ensuing conflict. A defining moment was Robert Bruce's personal combat with Henry de Bohun, where the Scottish king vanquished the English knight with a single blow from his axe. This duel symbolically highlighted the martial prowess of both sides' leaders, while underscoring the individualized nature of medieval military command. Archaeological findings from the battlefield consist of scattered weapons and equipment, such as iron spear tips and sword remnants, providing tangible evidence of the ferocity of these early clashes as depicted in contemporary accounts. On June 24th, a significant battle unfolded that showcased the Scottish military's strategic prowess in outmaneuvering and debilitating the English forces. The innovative tactics employed by the Scots effectively turned defensive infantry units into formidable offensive assets, capable of thwarting cavalry charges with ease. By advancing across the battlefield in tight formations known as schiltrons, armed with spear points that created impenetrable barriers against mounted attacks, the Scottish forces displayed a level of military sophistication that caught the English commanders off guard. Archaeological findings have shed light on the aftermath of this battle, revealing the extensive casualties suffered as a result of the Scottish tactics. Burial sites discovered containing numerous bodies bearing injuries consistent with historical records further corroborate the devastating defeat inflicted upon the English. King Edward II's retreat from the battlefield, leaving behind his army and royal seal as he sought refuge at Dunbar Castle, epitomized his military ineptitude, which came to define his rule. In stark contrast to his father's legacy of bravery and strategic acumen, Edward II's failure to maintain control in times of crisis highlighted his shortcomings as a leader. The archaeological excavations at Dunbar illustrate the hurried efforts made to fortify the area for the English court's protection as the gravity of the defeat became apparent. The repercussions of the Battle of Bannockburn marked a turning point in Scottish history by solidifying their independence and dismantling English claims of overlordship that had justified years of military intervention. Robert Bruce's methodical campaigns to seize control of English-held castles showcased the Scots' strategic acumen, complementing their innovative tactics with coordinated sieges that dismantled the English stronghold. Excavations at sites like Edinburgh and Rocks revealed the advanced siege methods employed by the Scottish forces, demonstrating their skill in overcoming formidable defences through systematic destruction and creative assault strategies. This period witnessed a significant advancement in Scottish military capabilities, driven by tactical ingenuity and technological adaptation, which revolutionized medieval warfare. The strategic deployment of infantry units wearing masks and armed with long spears provided a strategic countermeasure to the dominance of heavy cavalry on European battlefields since the 11th century. Archaeological findings from weapon production hubs indicate the systematic creation of standardized spearheads and other infantry gear, showcasing specialized smithing methods and quality assurance processes that ensured their effectiveness in combat. Hugh Despenser the Younger's ascent as Edward's favored companion led to political unrest, mirroring past clashes over Gaveston's influence. Despenser's methodical acquisition of lands in Wales and the Welsh borders sparked resistance from established nobles who felt their own land interests were jeopardized by royal favoritism. Archaeological evidence from Despenser's acquisitions illustrates extensive construction initiatives that underscored his wealth and political clout, with castle enhancements and residential projects comparable in grandeur to royal endeavors. The Despenser War of 1321 to 1322 marked the pinnacle of noble opposition to royal favoritism, with Thomas of Lancaster heading a coalition demanding the exile of favorites and the reinstatement of constitutional governance as per the ordinances. The conflict's fervor mirrored 2 decades of political ineptitude, leading both factions to acknowledge the impossibility of reaching a compromise. Archaeological findings from locales like Leeds Castle reveal the military readiness of both sides, evident in hastened fortification works and stockpiling of supplies, reflecting the gravity of the conflict. The Battle of Boroughbridge on March 16, 1322, quashed organized noble resistance through Edward's strategic triumph over Lancaster's troops. This encounter underscored the king's ability to secure military victories against internal adversaries, despite his recurrent failures in campaigns against foreign foes. Archaeological analysis of the battlefield has unveiled indications of the force of the battle, including scattered weaponry and human remains that corroborate contemporary reports of intense conflict between heavily armored adversaries contending for divergent visions of English governance. The execution of Thomas of Lancaster, subsequent to his capture at Burbridge, eradicated the primary critic of royal policies, concurrently establishing a martyr whose reverence would galvanize future opposition to Edward's reign. The Earl's demise at Pontefract Castle on March 22, 1322, was marked by public demonstrations of support, laying bare the depth of anti-royal sentiment among common subjects. Archaeological findings from Pontefract disclose alterations made to accommodate Lancaster's imprisonment and execution, showcasing specialized facilities that underscored the political weight of his captivity and death. The enactment of the Statute of York in 1322 formally nullified the ordinances while affirming royal prerogative to govern in adherence to traditional rights, rather than constitutional constraints set forth by baronial dissidents. The statute's wording underscored royal autonomy from baronial scrutiny, while upholding nominal deference to consultation and consent in governmental decision-making. Archaeological findings from York unveil the formal venues where this constitutional pivot was declared, featuring ceremonial chambers and administrative infrastructure tailored to host such pivotal political pronouncements. The era of dispenser ascendancy, spanning from 1322 to 1326, witnessed the systematic leverage of royal power for personal enrichment, sparking unprecedented levels of public dissent against the leadership. Hugh Despenser the Younger's acquisition of lands, positions, and legal authority crafted a parallel governing framework, bypassing conventional administrative processes to the benefit of the favored individual and his confidants. Archaeological evidence from desensitizer holdings unveils the extensive development initiatives financed through these illicit practices, showcasing lavish residential complexes and fortifications that showcased the substantial wealth extracted from royal coffers. The legal proceedings that ensued following Burbridge's case exposed the depth of corruption within royal authority, tainted by favoritism and personal vendettas. The systematic confiscation of properties owned by supporters of Lancaster, often carried out through dubious legal means, instilled a sense of fear among the nobility, while bolstering the wealth of favored individuals through the redistribution of these assets. Archaeological findings from the seized estates shed light on the swift changes in ownership and management that accompanied these political purges, as evidenced by the initiation of new construction projects and administrative adjustments that mirrored the transfer of properties to loyalists of the crown. Isabella of France's increasing estrangement from her husband highlighted both personal grievances regarding his association with Hugh Despenser and concerns of a political nature pertaining to the impact of the regime on Anglo-French relations. As the sister of the French monarch, the Queen possessed valuable international ties that would later play a critical role in orchestrating resistance against Edward's governance. Archaeological excavations at royal residences unveiled a growing physical and ceremonial detachment between the royal couple, manifested through separate living quarters and diminished public engagements, signaling the deterioration of both their personal rapport and political partnership. The conflict with France that began in 1324, due to territorial disputes in Gascony, exposed the vulnerabilities of the regime through military and financial strains. Edward's failure to mount an effective defense against French advancement, coupled with the exorbitant costs of continental warfare, led to criticism of royal policies and enabled domestic opposition to coalesce. Evidence from English fortifications in Gascony indicates hurried defensive measures taken to fend off French incursions, including makeshift forts and insufficient supply stockpiles, ill-equipped to withstand prolonged military pressure. Isabella's diplomatic mission to Paris in 1325 to negotiate peace with her brother Charles IV provided her with an opportunity to gather support against her husband's rule under the guise of diplomatic efforts. By insisting on the removal of the dispensers before returning to England, Isabella underscored how royal favoritism had alienated even close family members of the king. Archaeological findings from French royal residences illustrate the extensive accommodations made for Isabella during her extended stay, facilitating her political scheming as she laid the groundwork for invasion plans. The collaboration between Isabella and Roger Mortimer established the military leadership needed to challenge Edward's authority effectively. Mortimer's successful escape from the Tower of London in August 1323 showcased his resourcefulness and determination to topple the dispenser regime. Archaeological discoveries from the tower illuminate the elaborate security measures circumvented by Mortimer during his breakout, including evidence of ropes and climbing gear used to scale the fortress walls while guards were preoccupied. The gathering of an invasion force in the Low Countries in 1326 marked a critical juncture in the unfolding resistance against Edward's reign. The coalition consisted of English exiles, foreign mercenaries, and international supporters who united in their goal to overthrow Edward's regime. The expedition's funding through loans from continental bankers highlighted the global nature of medieval political opposition, showcasing financial networks that transcended national boundaries. Archaeological findings from embarkation ports revealed the meticulous logistical preparations required for amphibious operations. Specialized vessels and equipment were crafted for swift deployment of troops and supplies on hostile shores. The unopposed landing at Orwell on September 24, 1326, marked the sudden collapse of Edward's regime. The expedition's rapid progression towards London showcased the widespread popular resistance against the despised dispenser regime. Local communities offered invaluable support and intelligence, aiding in successful military campaigns. Archaeological evidence along the invasion route depicted the warm reception received by Isabella's forces, including celebrations and generous supply contributions, defying expectations of resistance. The capture and immediate execution of Hugh Despenser the Elder at Bristol on October 26, 1326, aimed to quell public anger and illustrate the invaders' resolve to punish those responsible for the regime's injustices. His demise by hanging, drawing, and quartering reflected both legal norms concerning treason and the populace's desire for retribution against those who abused royal power. Evidence from Bristol demonstrated the significant crowd that assembled to witness the execution, with temporary structures set up to accommodate the throngs celebrating the favourite's demise. Edward II's flight towards Wales alongside Hugh Despenser the Younger symbolised a frantic effort to muster resistance from the historical bastion of royal authority in the western regions. The king's failure to garner support even in previously loyal areas exposed the significant loss of popular confidence in his regime. Excavations at sites like Caerphilly Castle uncovered hurried preparations made to shelter the fleeing court, including emergency supply stockpiling and defensive upgrades that proved insufficient against Isabella's well-organized pursuit. The capture of Edward and Hugh Despenser at Entharby on November 16, 1326, eradicated the final prospect of organized resistance to the invasion, providing Isabella with the essential royal figures needed for a legitimate shift in governance. Despenser's execution at Hereford on November 24th, accompanied by cruel tortures reflecting public animosity towards his involvement in the regime's atrocities, exemplified the vindictive nature that characterized the regime's downfall. Excavations at Hereford showcased the large crowd that gathered to witness Despenser's demise, with temporary structures and crowd management measures accommodating the thousands of spectators who rejoiced in the downfall of the favourite. Edward II's deposition by Parliament in January 1327 set precedents for royal removal that would have enduring impacts on English constitutional development. The meticulous adherence to legal procedures during the proceedings, coupled with the methodical presentation of charges against the deposed king, laid the groundwork for lawful resistance against royal oppression while upholding theoretical reverence for monarchical establishments. Excavations at Westminster Hall unveiled alterations made to accommodate the expanded assembly participating in these historic constitutional debates, including increased seating and ceremonial arrangements befitting such monumental political events. The ascension of 14-year-old Edward marked a significant era shift. During Isabella and Mortimer's regency, governmental structures were established under Edward III's rule to maintain the illusion of legitimate royal authority while securing control by the invaders of the kingdom. The elaborate coronation of the young king at Westminster Abbey on February 1st, 1327, blended traditional ceremonies with innovative elements to reflect the uniqueness of his ascension to the throne. Archaeological findings at Westminster showcase the extensive preparations made for the coronation, including temporary constructions and ceremonial setups that underscored the new regime's commitment to validate its authority through customary royal practices. The tragic demise of Edward II at Berkeley Castle on September 21, 1327, removed a potential focal point for loyalist resistance and sparked enduring debates over the controversial methods employed in ensuring the former king's demise. Contemporary narratives detail the meticulous measures taken to prevent the detection of violence during Edward's demise, including the notorious use of a red-hot poker for execution to conceal any outward signs. Investigation into Berkeley Castle has not definitively confirmed the specifics of Edward's death, yet the fortress's formidable defences and secure accommodations underscore its capability to detain such a significant captive. The Regency government's shift in Scottish policies marked a profound departure from previous English strategies, culminating in the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton in 1328, which acknowledged Scottish independence and relinquished English claims of overlordship. This diplomatic realignment was shaped by the military outcomes of Bannockburn and the new administration's focus on internal consolidation over costly foreign endeavours. Archaeological analysis of border fortifications reveals the deliberate abandonment of defensive positions crucial to English territorial claims in Scotland, with castles left derelict as poignant reminders of failed imperial aspirations. The marriage between David Bruce and Joan of the Tower, sister of Edward III, embodied the diplomatic reconciliation that ended years of military strife between England and Scotland. The wedding, held at Berwick on July 17, 1328, intertwined customary royal ceremonial with political symbolism, underscoring the restoration of peaceful relations between the two realms. Archaeological findings from Berwick unveil the extensive preparations made for this diplomatic event, showcasing temporary structures and ceremonial setups that catered to the international audience gathered to witness this significant reconciliation. Edward III's ascent to direct rule in 1330, following the coup that ousted Mortimer's regency, heralded a fresh era in English royal governance distinguished by military advancements and assertive foreign policies. The young king's seizure of Mortimer at Nottingham Castle on October 19, 1330, displayed valour and political astuteness that would define his lengthy reign. Evidence unearthed at Nottingham unravels the hidden passageways and defensive measures Mortimer had employed for protection, revealing concealed entrances and escape routes that proved ineffective against the meticulously planned intervention of the youthful monarch. Mortimer's execution at Tyburn on November 29, 1330, eradicated the vestiges of the regime that supplanted Edward II, solidifying the new king's sovereignty through resolute actions against those who held sway during his early years. The conclusion of the regency heralded the return to traditional royal governance, with Edward III proving himself far more adept than his predecessor in managing both internal affairs and international relations. Archaeological findings from locations tied to Mortimer's reign highlight the swift administrative transformations and personnel changes accompanying the young king's assertion of authority, characterized by new appointments and policy reversals that underscored his determination to assert independent royal control. The resurgence of combative Scottish policies ensued. Under Edward III, a blend of personal ambition and strategic foresight drove the English pursuit to eliminate Scottish independence. By backing Edward Bale's claim to the Scottish throne, the king found legal grounds for renewed military endeavours, aiming to secure territorial gains to offset prior losses. Archaeological findings in border areas unveil meticulous military preparations characterized by enhanced castles and well-stocked supplies, showcasing the systematic approach to planning evident in Edward's military strategies. The Battle of Halidon Hill on July 19, 1333 underscored England's tactical prowess, ushering in innovations that would define English military dominance in the 14th century. Edward III's deployment of dismounted men-at-arms bolstered by concealed archers led to the formation of defensive structures capable of repelling conventional cavalry assaults while enabling coordinated infantry advancements. The meticulous examination of the battlefield post-battle unveiled the systematic deployment that distinguished English tactical superiority, marked by well-prepared positions and synchronized fields of fire that optimized English archery's effectiveness while shielding Allied forces from enemy reprisals. The ascent of the English longbow as a primary battlefield weapon reflected both technological ingenuity and structured training programs that nurtured professional military capabilities unparalleled by other European armies. The longbow's exceptional attributes, including its 6-foot length and 150-pound draw weight, mandated specialized training from an early age, cultivating a military elite predominantly drawn from rural English and Welsh communities. Unveilings from weapon production hubs illustrate the advanced manufacturing methods employed to craft these bows, featuring specialized wood selection and treatment procedures that guaranteed battlefield efficiency without compromising production efficacy. The strategic shift realized through the amalgamation of longbows and dismounted men-at-arms formations revolutionized European warfare by showcasing that disciplined infantry, armed with superior missile power, could triumph over traditional heavy cavalry through enhanced defensive capabilities. The effectiveness of the English system relied on meticulous terrain selection and synchronized deployment to optimize archery efficiency while safeguarding friendly forces against cavalry assaults. Excavations at training grounds unveil the strategic planning that facilitated these innovative tactics, showcasing practice ranges and equipment that underscore the professional military ethos upholding English battlefield dominance. Edward III's hereditary claim to the French throne through his mother Isabella established the legal basis for his military endeavors, which reshaped European political landscapes during his reign. The argument that royal rights could be inherited through female lineage in defiance of the Salic law governing French succession justified English involvement in French affairs and promised substantial territorial expansions. Explorations of royal residences reveal the intricate genealogical exhibits crafted to bolster these assertions, utilizing heraldic adornments and ceremonial displays to accentuate Edward's French royal heritage while legitimizing his military aspirations. The onset of the 100 Years' War in 1337 marked the apex of long-standing Anglo-French tensions stemming from territorial disputes, commercial rivalries, and dynastic contentions that engendered myriad sources of conflict between the two realms. Philip VI's annexation of Gascony in 1336 precipitated hostilities, while Edward's assumption of the French royal title escalated the clash into a pivotal confrontation for continental supremacy. Discoveries from military staging areas expose the immense logistical undertakings by both nations, including weapon stockpiles, resource reserves, and naval construction projects that underscore the unprecedented scale of the imminent conflict. The English naval triumph at Sluys on June 24, 1340 cemented English dominance over the English Channel and showcased the tactical efficacy of blending naval operations with land-based archery support. This decisive engagement nullified French naval threats to English communications and solidified secure supply routes for continental maneuvers. Archaeological analysis of the battleground has uncovered proof of extensive ship construction initiatives that preceded the clash, including remnants of timber and specialized vessel designs tailored to support intricate amphibious operations typical of 14th century naval warfare. The strategic implications of the triumph reached beyond mere tactical victory, establishing a framework for English maritime superiority that endured throughout the medieval era and laying a secure foundation for the continental campaigns synonymous with Edward III's reign. The dethronement of Richard II in September 1399 signified one of the most profound constitutional crises in medieval English history, as Henry Bolingbroke's usurpation set a precedent for royal removal with lasting political repercussions. Richard's return from his Irish expedition to a realm in rebellion underscored the vulnerability of royal authority in the face of organized opposition bolstered by public backing. Archaeological findings from Conway Castle, where Richard was purportedly enticed out of sanctuary under false assurances of safe passage, underline the fortress's strategic value in controlling North Wales, while emphasizing the king's dire circumstances as his English support waned. Henry IV's ascension as the inaugural Lancastrian monarch introduced a usurper whose claim to the throne relied on parliamentary consent rather than hereditary entitlement, instigating constitutional advancements that fundamentally reshaped the crown nobility dynamic. The new king's coronation at Westminster Abbey on October 13, 1399, amalgamated customary ceremonial practices with an unprecedented emphasis on parliamentary endorsement, mirroring the extraordinary circumstances surrounding his rise to power. Archaeological findings at Westminster unveil structural modifications made to accommodate the expanded assembly involved in Richard's deposition and Henry's accession. Temporary constructions and seating arrangements were arranged to create suitable settings for these pivotal constitutional events. The Persia Rebellion in 1403 posed a significant threat to Henry's authority during his early rule, as the defection of the powerful northern family presented military obstacles that tested the resilience of the nascent dynasty. Henry Percy, famously known as Hotspur, led military forces and controlled territories that rivaled royal authority. His family's dominance over strategic border regions served as secure strongholds for resistance against Lancastrian rule. Excavations at Alnwick Castle reveal formidable defensive structures and residential complexes that sustained Percy influence, including robust stone fortifications and administrative edifices that reflected their quasi-royal stature in northern England. The Battle of Shrewsbury on July 20, 1403 marked the downfall of organized Percy rebellion, with Henry securing a tactical triumph over insurgent forces led by Hotspur and his uncle, Thomas Percy, Earl of Worcester. This conflict underscored not only the efficiency of royal military coordination, but also the intense personal loyalties of medieval politics that could swiftly turn staunch allies into perilous foes. Archaeological surveys of the battlefield provide evidence of the ferocity of the encounter, with mass graves containing numerous individuals bearing injuries that corroborate historical reports of fierce combat between heavily armored adversaries employing similar weaponry and strategic training. Hotspur's demise in battle, allegedly slain by an arrow to the visage while at the forefront of a cavalry charge against royal forces, eradicated the military guidance that had rendered Percy's rebellion so perilous. Simultaneously, it birthed a martyr whose legacy would fuel future opposition against Lancastrian sovereignty. The fallen rebel leader's renown as one of England's premier knights rendered his passing especially momentous, underscoring the reality that even the most skilled warriors could succumb to the indiscriminate nature of battlefield violence. Discoveries at the battle location, such as scattered armaments and equine gear, authenticate the ferocity of the cavalry engagement. Noteworthy are the specialized lance points and weapon fragments indicating the superior military gear utilized by both factions. Meanwhile, the Welsh insurrection instigated by Ein Glenda in 1400, through his self-proclamation as Prince of Wales, posed a lasting affront to English jurisdiction during Henry's reign. This uprising underscored the enduring Celtic defiance against Anglo-Norman supremacy. Glenda's initial accomplishment in rallying Welsh backing showcased a blend of personal magnetism and calculated exploitation of grievances stemming from enduring English oppression and cultural suppression. An examination of locations like Sycharth, Glyndor's primary abode, unveils the intricate domestic infrastructure supporting Welsh noble society, featuring expansive timber halls and defensive fortifications that functioned as hubs for anti-establishment activities. Under Glender's command, Welsh resistance evolved from sporadic raids into methodic military offensives, leading to the capture of vital English fortresses and the establishment of autonomous governance structures across Wales. The rebels' successful capture of Conway Castle in 1401 during Good Friday celebrations showcased tactical ingenuity that complemented their strategic foresight. Subsequent events, such as the Siege of Caerphon, demonstrated the Welsh forces' military prowess, surpassing traditional raiding activities. Archaeological findings within captured castles illustrate the Welsh forces' adaptability in modifying English fortifications to suit their defensive needs, including blocked gates, new defensive positions, and storage areas, reflecting meticulous military planning. The unprecedented alliance formed by Glyndwr and the Percy family fostered remarkable coordination between English and Welsh factions opposed to Lancastrian rule. The tripartite indenture of 1405 proposed a territorial division of England among the three parties, signifying a sophisticated political strategy that transcended ethnic and regional boundaries, uniting against Henry's rule rather than pursuing narrow territorial gains. Archaeological evidence from negotiation sites reveals the formal settings where significant political agreements were reached, with grand halls and ceremonial chambers serving as venues for diplomatic relations. Glender's French alliance in 1404 provided pivotal military assistance, elevating the Welsh rebellion into an international conflict involving major European powers. The French forces landing at Milford Haven underscored the far-reaching consequences of Henry's domestic political challenges, with continental intervention posing a threat of establishing a lasting foreign presence in British affairs. Archaeological evidence from the French landing sites highlights the extensive logistical preparations for amphibious operations, including temporary fortifications and supply facilities, enabling sustained military campaigns beyond their home bases. The gradual weakening of Welsh resistance post-1408 was a reflection of the combined military pressure exerted by systematic English campaigns and the depletion of resources that had fueled the rebellion for nearly a decade. Glender's retreat to secluded mountain strongholds signified the shift from organized resistance to guerrilla tactics, which characterized the final phase of the uprising. Archaeological findings from deserted Welsh settlements uncover the severe toll of prolonged conflict on civilian communities, evident in scorched structures and scattered household items, suggesting hurried evacuations due to military operations destroying the economic underpinnings that had sustained the resistance. Henry V's ascension to the throne in 1413 introduced a monarch whose military ambitions and political acumen would reshape English royal authority and solidify the kingdom as a predominant military force in Europe. The 26-year-old ruler embodied both the personal charm and strategic foresight absent during his father's tumultuous reign. Benefiting from his experience in quelling Welsh insurgencies, Henry gained valuable military expertise that would prove crucial in continental endeavours. Concurrently, archaeological evidence from royal residences highlights extensive alterations made during the early years of Henry's reign, reflective of the enhanced royal prestige characterizing his monarchy. The 1415 Southampton Conspiracy marked the final notable effort to subvert Lancastrian rule through internal subterfuge, with Richard, Earl of Cambridge, and other nobles orchestrating an assassination plot against Henry in favour of installing Edmund Mortimer as king. Unravelling the conspiracy and executing its leaders eradicated potential sources of dissent, underscoring Henry's robust security measures and intelligence capabilities. Archaeological findings in Southampton reveal a significant royal complex where the conspirators underwent trial and execution within formal courtrooms and execution facilities, providing an appropriate setting for these high-profile judicial proceedings. Henry's decision to resume the 100 Years' War in 1415 was a strategic move aimed at taking advantage of divisions within the French political landscape while pursuing dynastic claims that promised substantial territorial expansions and heightened royal prestige. Weakness within the French kingdom resulting from Charles VI's mental illness and the civil war between the Armagnac and Burgundian factions presented unprecedented opportunities for English involvement in continental affairs. Investigation of military preparation sites through archaeological excavations illustrates the careful planning that preceded Henry's invasion, including the accumulation of weaponry, supplies, and the implementation of shipbuilding programs, showcasing the vast scale of English military readiness. The Siege of Harfleur, from August 18th to September 22nd, 1415, showcased the efficacy of English siege tactics and highlighted the significant costs associated with medieval warfare in terms of casualties and resource allocation. The capture of Harfleur was deemed crucial for English campaign goals due to its strategic significance as a base for further operations in Normandy. Despite the challenging fortifications necessitating innovative siege techniques that pushed contemporary military technology to its limits, archaeological discoveries at Harfleur have unveiled evidence of extensive siege works erected by English forces, such as approach trenches, artillery positions, and temporary fortifications that facilitated the systematic reduction of the town's defences. The dysentery epidemic that ravaged English forces during the Harfleur siege resulted in the loss of approximately one-third of the army, prompting significant adjustments to Henry's campaign strategy. This outbreak underscored the harsh realities of medieval warfare, where epidemic illnesses often posed a greater threat than enemy military actions. Archaeological findings from military encampments exposed the ineffective sanitary measures that led to the transmission of diseases due to inadequate waste management and water pollution, thereby creating favorable conditions for the rapid spread of epidemics among densely packed military units. The significant triumph at the Battle of Azinor on October 25, 1415, stands out as one of the most decisive victories in English military history. Henry's strategic ingenuity offset the French army's numerical superiority by leveraging superior deployment and coordination of combined military formations. Situated amidst the Tramcourt and Azinor woods, the battlefield's natural boundaries thwarted French attempts at flanking maneuvers, compelling them to channel their assault along predictable paths that played into English defensive strengths. Through archaeological scrutiny, it is evident that meticulous preparation defined English tactical supremacy, with strategically positioned units and fields of fire, enabling a relatively modest force to annihilate a much larger adversary. The English military contingent assembled for the Agincourt campaign epitomized the culmination of decades of military advancements honed through continental conflicts. Equipped with standardized weaponry and trained in synchronized tactics, professional soldiers spearheaded an army consisting of roughly 900 men-at-arms and 5,000 archers, striking an optimal balance between heavy infantry and ranged troops that had proven efficacious in past battles. Unearthed archaeological evidence from weapon forges underscores the sophisticated production techniques employed to outfit these troops, encompassing standardized arrow crafting, specialized armor construction, and stringent quality assurance procedures to ensure battlefield dependability. Conversely, the French forces arrayed against Henry Agincourt featured a notable array of the kingdom's elite nobility, with contemporary accounts estimating upwards of 25,000 troops organized along traditional feudal lines that prioritized individual valor over coordinated strategic maneuvers. The force's composition mirrored the social hierarchy of medieval France, featuring heavily armored cavalry as the army's elite corps, supported by infantry levies drawn from urban militias and rural populations. Archaeological findings from French military sites showcase the elaborate equipment used by these forces, including ornate armor, specialized weaponry, and heraldic displays highlighting social status over battlefield practicality. During the initial stage of the battle, the French cavalry was systematically decimated by coordinated English archers, leading to impassable obstacles of fallen and injured horses that disrupted enemy formations before they could engage in close combat. The longbow's efficacy against heavily armored adversaries was a result of superior weapon craftsmanship and rigorous training, enabling English archers to sustain rapid, precise fire in the midst of battle. Archaeological evidence from the battleground contains numerous arrowheads and weapon remnants, confirming the intensity of the ranged combat, with specialized bodkin points designed for armor penetration strewn across the area where French cavalry charges were halted. Subsequent hand-to-hand combat showcased English tactical adaptability, as men-at-arms transitioned from defensive stances to engage disarrayed French forces in close quarters combat while upholding formation integrity to thwart effective enemy counteroffensives. Henry's personal valor during this phase, engaging in combat alongside his troops while donning a distinctive crown that made him a prime target for enemy assaults, epitomized the bravery associated with medieval kingship and inspired remarkable efforts from his soldiers. Archaeological inquiry. Archaeological findings reveal strong evidence of the intense close combat that defined this phase, evidenced by sword cuts on recovered bones and scattered armor fragments verifying contemporary reports of fierce fighting under muddy conditions favoring English tactical superiority. The systematic execution of French prisoners during the battle's final stage reflected a combination of military necessity and the harsh realities of medieval warfare. Amidst overwhelming enemy forces and the looming threat of further attacks, Henry's controversial decision to order the killing of captured nobles went against traditional chivalric norms, but exemplified sound military judgment in the face of tactical challenges endangering his army's survival. Mass burial sites yield archaeological proof of the significant French casualties, with numerous individuals displaying signs of violent deaths, aligning with contemporary estimates of substantial French losses. The signing of the Treaty of Troy on May 21, 1420, marked a pinnacle of English achievements in the 100 Years' War, featuring Henry's acknowledgement as the heir to the French throne and his marriage to Catherine of Valois, establishing the legal basis for a lasting union between the two realms. This agreement effectively marginalized the Dauphin shells while cementing English dominance in northern France through a blend of military conquest and diplomatic bargaining. Archaeological evidence from Troy unveils the noteworthy urban complex where these negotiations transpired, showcasing grand halls and ceremonial chambers that provided fitting venues for monumental international accords. Henry's union with Catherine of Valois on June 2, 1420, epitomized the diplomatic conciliation accompanying military triumph while laying the groundwork for realizing the Treaty of Troy's stipulations. The marriage ceremony at Troy's cathedral harmonized traditional royal pomp with political imagery, commemorating the fusion of English and French royal dynasties. Archaeological findings from the cathedral unveil the meticulous arrangements made for this global celebration, featuring temporary embellishments and ceremonial setups tailored to the European audience gathered to witness this significant alliance. The systematic English conquest of northern France subsequent to the Trojan conflict showcased administrative competencies that complemented military triumph, whereby conquered territories saw the establishment of governmental infrastructures integrating French populace into English administrative frameworks. The deployment of English garrisons in captured municipalities, along with the placement of English officials in pivotal administrative roles, engendered enduring occupation forces that upheld military dominance while extracting essential resources for sustained campaign endeavors. Evidence excavated from the occupied French towns discloses the adaptations made to facilitate English governance, encompassing construction of new governmental edifices and fortifications reflecting the methodical nature of English territorial dominion. The demise of Henry V at Vincennes on August 31, 1422, at the age of 35, signalled the loss of the military figurehead responsible for the unprecedented English achievements, propelling a succession crisis that would ultimately seal the fate of the Lancastrian dynasty. Henry's death from dysentery during the French expedition underscored the biological perils that imperiled even the most triumphant medieval rulers, with epidemic diseases proving deadlier than direct enemy actions. Archaeological findings at Vincennes bring to light the expansive royal complex where Henry breathed his last, housing living quarters and administrative structures central to English operations in occupied France. Henry VI's ascension, at a mere 9 months old, ushered in a period of governmental upheaval, challenging the stability of English political institutions, while also presenting opportunities for French resurgence following years of military defeats. The establishment of a regency council led by the Duke of Bedford ensured administrative continuity, yet the lack of strong royal authority led to divisive factions that eventually weakened Lancastrian rule. Archaeological findings at Westminster indicate adjustments made to accommodate the young king's court with specialized living quarters and security measures to protect him while preserving government functions. In France, the Duke of Bedford's regency displayed remarkable military and administrative prowess, sustaining English control amid increasing French resistance and diminishing resources. His methodical governance of occupied lands, coupled with continued military pressure on French strongholds, upheld the momentum of conquest while adapting to shifting strategic conditions. Archaeological evidence from English administrative hubs in France reveals sophisticated governmental frameworks established to manage conquered territories, incorporating structures for tax collection, legal proceedings, and military coordination to support lasting occupation. The appearance of Joan of Arc in 1429 reshaped French resistance from scattered regional rebellions into a unified national movement, challenging assumptions of English military supremacy and French political legitimacy. Joan's assertion of divine inspiration and her successful appeal to the Dauphin for military command created an unparalleled leadership dynamic that transcended traditional social hierarchies, rallying popular backing for French resurgence. Archaeological findings from sites linked to Joan's endeavours underscore the significant popular endorsement that propelled her swift ascent to prominence, evident through pilgrimage activities and religious fervour, reflecting her profound impact on French collective consciousness. The Siege of Orleans from October 1428 onwards. In May 1429, a critical evaluation of English strategic goals in France was presented as the city's strategic position controlled the gateway to southern French territories, necessitating its capture to ensure the completion of territorial expansion. The prolonged siege showcased the unwavering determination of the English alongside the formidable resistance capabilities of the French, as both parties employed innovative siege tactics and sophisticated defensive strategies. Excavations conducted at Orleans have unveiled compelling evidence of the extensive siege infrastructure erected by English troops, including approach trenches, artillery emplacements, and temporary fortifications. These structures facilitated the methodical weakening of the city's defences while safeguarding the assaulting forces against defensive counterattacks. The arrival of Joan of Arc at Olon on April 29, 1429, instigated a shift in the dynamics of the siege through her exceptional leadership and tactical ingenuity, which exploited English vulnerabilities and coordinated French defensive actions. Her adept orchestration of sorties against English positions underscored her military prowess, complementing her spiritual influence and resulting in a potent resistance effort that compelled English forces to retreat following months of sustained siege operations. Unearthed artifacts from the siege site include abandoned weaponry and equipment, including specialized artillery pieces and siege machinery, underscoring the substantial military investments invalidated by Joan's intervention. The coronation of Charles III at Rheims Cathedral on July 17, 1429, with Joan of Arc at his side, symbolized France's resurgence after years of political discord and military defeats, effectively challenging English assertions to French royal legitimacy. The selection of the traditional coronation site for this event emphasized the notions of legitimacy and continuity, starkly contrasting with the English control of Paris and the northern territories. Archaeological findings related to the residential preparations for the coronation revealed the deployment of temporary structures and ceremonial arrangements tailored to accommodate the national revelry that signified France's political reinvigoration. The capture and trial of Joan of Arc by English and Burgundian forces from 1430 to 1431 symbolized a concerted effort to undermine French resistance through legal procedures, blending political expediency with religious oppression. Her trial at Rouen for charges of heresy and witchcraft signified English acknowledgement of the dangers posed by her spiritual influence going beyond her military prowess, necessitating an ideological offensive to negate her sway over French public sentiment. Archaeological findings in Rouen unveil the formal venues where these events unfolded, featuring specialized courtrooms and detention facilities suited for such high-stakes judicial processes. Joan's execution by burning on May 30, 1431, eradicated the guiding force that galvanized French resistance, establishing a martyr whose legacy would fuel continued opposition to English dominion. The elaborate public spectacle accompanying her demise underscored English resolve to discredit her spiritual assertions and provide sensational amusement, bolstering their grip on the occupied territories. Exploration of the execution site has unveiled traces of the sizable assembly that convened to witness Joan's fate, with provisional structures and crowd management measures accommodating the throngs of onlookers present for this poignant climax to her extraordinary journey. The gradual relinquishing of English-held territories in France post-Joan's demise mirrored dwindling English resources alongside resurging French military capabilities that incrementally eroded the territorial gains resulting from Henry's military campaigns. The capture of Paris by French forces in 1436 served as a pivotal juncture that shattered English dominion over the French capital, highlighting the inherent fragility of the occupation. Archaeological findings from deserted English fortifications unearthed the swift departure that ensued territorial setbacks, marked by scattered equipment and incomplete building projects, validating the rapid decline of English dominion in once secure regions. Escalating political turmoil within England in the 1440s engendered internal strife that diverted attention from campaigns in France, fostering factional discord that would ultimately dismantle Lancastrian governance. The onset of King Henry VI's mental instability in 1453 disrupted effective royal governance, sparking disputes over succession that fractured the nobility into rival factions. Evidence from regal residences illustrates dwindling upkeep and diminished ceremonial events mirroring the monarchy's waning influence, highlighted by unfinished construction ventures and dilapidated facilities emblematic of political deterioration. The ascension of Richard, Duke of York, as the leader of opposition against Lancastrian rule reflected personal ambition alongside legitimate concerns regarding governmental ineptitude that had culminated in military failures and civil unrest. York's stronger hereditary right to the throne, from his lineage tracing back to Edward III's second and fourth sons, provided a legal basis for challenging King Henry VI's authority, pledging a more efficient form of royal leadership. Archaeological remains discovered at York's properties divulge extensive military preparations undertaken during the 1450s, characterized by amassed weaponry and fortified enhancements signaling strategic readiness for clashes with Lancastrian troops. The inaugural skirmish at St. Bulburns on May 22, 1455, sparked the Wars of the Roses with York's decisive triumph over royal forces, eliminating crucial Lancastrian figures and showcasing the military prowess that would define this dynastic conflict. The brief duration and limited casualties of the engagement starkly contrasted with the later battle's systematic destruction, embodying the initial hope of the participants for resolving political disputes with minimal violence to avoid devastating civil war. Battlefield archaeological investigations have uncovered proof of the urban combat that defined the engagement, including scattered weapons and damaged buildings that authenticate contemporary reports of intense fighting in the town's narrow streets. The death of Edmund Bowett, Duke of Somerset in the St. Albans clashes not only removed the most prominent Lancastrian military leader, but also sparked blood feuds that prolonged dynastic conflicts for decades. Somerset's involvement in English defeats in France had subjected him to York's criticism, and his demise served as tangible evidence of the personal risks entangled in political opposition. Unearthed artifacts from the battle site, such as scattered armor and weapons, validate the fierce combat waged between heavily armed adversaries with similar military training and equipment. The transient Yorkist dominance post-St. Albans showcased both the potential for political reconciliation and the underlying schisms that hindered a lasting resolution. York's appointment as protector during Henry VI's mental incapacity opened avenues for governmental reforms while upholding nominal respect for Lancastrian royal authority. Archaeological findings from government hubs reflect the administrative adjustments made during this period through new personnel appointments and procedural changes aligning with York's objectives while preserving institutional continuity. The Lancastrian resurgence in 1456 dashed hopes for a peaceful settlement of dynastic disputes, paving the way for renewed military confrontations between rival factions. Queen Margaret of Anjou's leadership of Lancastrian resistance highlighted not only her political acumen, but also her unwavering resolve to safeguard her son's inheritance against Yorkist challenges. Archaeological evidence from sites linked to Margaret's actions reveals extensive support networks that sustained Lancastrian resistance through financial contributions and military preparations, enabling ongoing opposition to Yorkist authority. The intricate social hierarchy that developed in medieval England was deeply rooted in the feudal system, a network of personal connections and responsibilities that tied together all levels of society, from the monarch to the most humble peasant. At the pinnacle was the king, who theoretically owned all land in the realm and allocated portions to his immediate vassals, the prominent nobles, bishops, and abbots, in exchange for military duty and advice. These vassals then further distributed their lands among lesser nobles, knights, and ultimately down to the peasant farmers who tilled the land. Archaeological findings from sites like Warren Percy in Yorkshire shed light on the physical embodiment of this hierarchy, such as the Lord's Manor House conspicuously placed on higher ground, overseeing the village with its sturdy stone construction and defensive features that set it apart from the simple timber and thatch cottages of the peasantry below. The manorial system served as the economic cornerstone of this social order, structuring agricultural activities around the lord's domain land and the individual plots of the peasants. Each manor typically encompassed between 1,200 and 1,800 acres, although sizes varied widely depending on local conditions. The lord's domain, constituting approximately 1/3 of the total area, was cultivated by peasant labor as part of their feudal duties, while the rest was divided into individual peasant holdings known as vergates or bovets, typically ranging from 15 to 30 acres based on local traditions and soil fertility. Archaeological excavations at sites like Cullycote in Hertfordshire have uncovered the distinctive layout of medieval villages, characterized by long strips of arable land extending outward from the central settlement. These boundaries are still observable today as earthwork ridges, serving as tangible evidence of the organized structure of medieval agricultural practices. The tri-field system, which was prevalent in medieval England, epitomized a sophisticated method of land management that harmonized productivity and soil preservation. Within this system, a manor's arable land was segmented into 3 expansive fields, 2 of which were cultivated in rotation, one for winter grains like wheat or rye, another for spring crops such as barley, oats, or legumes, with the 3rd field left fallow to rejuvenate soil fertility. This rotational cycle not only sustained soil productivity, but also diversified risks across various crops and growing seasons, acting as a safety net against crop failures that could profoundly impact communities reliant on local food sources. Examination of medieval field systems through archaeological analyses unveils the monumental scale of this organizational framework, illustrating how some manors managed vast expanses of arable land exceeding 600 acres, subdivided into thousands of individual strips meticulously allocated to ensure fair distribution of fertile and less fertile soil among peasant occupants. The gradual evolution of agricultural practices during the medieval era mirrored advancements in technology and evolving economic demands that spurred heightened productivity and commercialization. The advent of the heavy plough in the 11th and 12th centuries revolutionized the cultivation of England's dense clay soils, empowering farmers to cultivate hitherto marginal lands and augment yields from existing fields. Archaeological findings from locations like West Cotton in Northamptonshire demonstrate the profound impact of these advancements through the expansion of cultivated areas and alterations in settlement patterns, indicative of agricultural intensification. Concurrently, the integration of the horse collar and enhanced harness systems within the same era bolstered ploughing efficiency, diminishing the labor demands of cultivation. Consequently, this liberation of workers enabled engagement in supplementary, economically beneficial endeavors, fostering diversification. Concurrently, the prevalence of watermills surged during the medieval epoch, evolving grain processing from a domestic pursuit to specialized commercial ventures servicing entire communities. Documentation in the Domesday Book reveals over 5,600 mills dotting England by 1086, a quantity that persisted in growth throughout the medieval era, underpinned by the investment by feudal lords in mill construction to lay claim to processing fees from their tenants. Subsequent archaeological inquiries at locations like Borsley Abbey in Worcestershire have unveiled elaborate mill assemblages characterized by multiple wheels, intricate gear mechanisms, and purpose-built structures, facilitating the processing of not just grain but also textiles, tanning materials, and powering assorted industrial undertakings. These elaborate installations necessitated significant capital outlay and technical acumen, epitomizing the economic finesse cultivated within the feudal system. The legal bindings that tethered serfs to their lords exhibited considerable variation across diverse territories and timeframes, encapsulating the intricate progression of feudal responsibilities and customary entitlements. Serfs, constituting the majority of the agrarian populace, were obligated to render specific labor services to their lords, typically amounting to 2 or 3 days per week of tilling the domain land, alongside supplementary duties during harvesting and peak agricultural periods. In return, they were granted hereditary entitlements to their properties, safeguarding against external dangers, and the privilege of utilizing communal resources such as pasturelands, woodlands, and sources of water. Unearthed artifacts from peasant residences elucidate the tangible circumstances of peasant life, characterized by modest, single-room timber structures typically measuring 30 by 15 feet, featuring central hearths, storage compartments, and sleeping quarters accommodating entire families alongside their livestock during harsh winter seasons. Free peasants, though fewer in number than serfs, played pivotal roles in medieval agrarian society as landholders who owed rent, rather than obligatory labor, to their feudal overlords. These cultivators typically managed smaller parcels of land, often spanning 5 to 15 acres, yet possessed greater legal autonomy and mobility compared to their serfdom counterparts. Archaeological digs at locations like Goltho in Lincolnshire uncover disparities in material culture between free and unfree peasant households, with the dwellings of free farmers showcasing indications of heightened investment in durable infrastructure, specialized storage facilities, and artisanal production supplementing their agricultural earnings. The presence of superior-grade ceramics, metal implements, and imported commodities within the context of free peasant settlements implies their involvement in commercial networks that were largely beyond the reach of serfs tied to their feudal estates. The gradual conversion of labor obligations into monetary rents during the 13th and 14th centuries mirrored broader economic shifts that augmented the circulation of currency, affording both nobility and peasants increased flexibility in resource management. Nobles favored cash rents over overseeing peasant labor, while peasants preferred the autonomy to regulate their work schedules and explore alternative revenue streams. Archaeological findings from rural sites delineate the repercussions of this metamorphosis, manifesting in heightened evidence of artisanal output, engagement in markets, and material prosperity among peasant households empowered with command over their labor schedules. During this period, an increase in coin discoveries in rural contexts reflects the transition of rural economies from primarily barter and service-based systems to monetized economies. The rise of towns and cities in the medieval era introduced new economic centers that gradually challenged the traditional dominance of agricultural production, offering avenues for social progress and commercial growth. London's transformation from a modest Anglo-Saxon village into the largest city north of the Alps in medieval Europe symbolizes this urban shift. Archaeological findings reveal a continuous expansion of the cityscape, growing from around 330 acres in 1066 to over 700 acres by 1300. Surveys in the City of London unveil a bustling hub of commercial activities, featuring specialized craft quarters, vibrant markets, and residential zones accommodating populations engaged in various manufacturing, trade, and service sectors distinct from agricultural practices. In northern England, York emerged as a key urban hub, strategically positioned at the confluence of the Ouse and Foss rivers, facilitating access to both local and international trade routes. Excavations in the Coppergate area showcase a rich history of craft production, including leatherworking, metalworking, textile manufacturing, and niche trades such as comb-making and jewelry craftsmanship, catering to local and distant markets. York's participation in international trade is evidenced by discoveries like Baltic amber, Byzantine silk, and Rhineland pottery, showcasing a vibrant exchange of exotic goods for English consumers and providing markets for regional products. Further east, Norwich flourished as the primary urban centre of East Anglia, contributing to the region's economic and social prominence during this period. The city's economic success was built upon textile production, which took advantage of the region's abundant wool resources and connected to continental markets via ports like Great Yarmouth. Archaeological findings in Norwich demonstrate the highly organized textile manufacturing process, with distinct areas dedicated to different stages of cloth production. Innovations such as water-powered filling mills were implemented to boost productivity and enhance the quality of products. Norwich's prosperity attracted a diverse population of immigrants from England and continental Europe, enriching the local economy with a variety of skills and cultural influences. The guild system played a crucial role in organizing urban craft production and trade, setting standards for quality, training, and market access to safeguard the interests of established artisans and instill consumer confidence. Each craft within the city typically operated under its own guild, which enforced regulations concerning apprenticeships, journeyman status, and qualifications for master craftsmen to control entry into the trade and maintain technical excellence. Discoveries in guild halls shed light on the institutional support structure that sustained these organizations, showcasing meeting spaces, storage facilities, and ceremonial areas that underscored their social and economic significance in urban communities. Merchant guilds emerged alongside craft guilds to oversee commercial activities, safeguard local trade interests, establish trading norms, and negotiate with royal and noble authorities to secure economic advantages for their members. Archaeological excavations at sites such as King's Lynn have uncovered the extensive commercial infrastructure that underpinned medieval trade. This infrastructure included warehouses, wharves, and specialized buildings tailored for various types of merchandise, facilitating the intricate transactions of long-distance commerce. England's integration into global trade networks during the medieval era marked a significant transformation, shifting the kingdom from a peripheral agricultural economy to a prominent commercial force. Its products, particularly wool, made a mark across markets in Europe and beyond, with English fleeces highly coveted for their quality and uniformity. Evidence gleaned from wool-producing regions highlights the meticulous organization of this trade, showcasing specialized storage facilities, transportation networks, and quality control protocols that solidified English wool's standing in competitive international markets. The flourishing Flemish cloth industry stood as the primary market for English wool, with cities like Bruges, Ghent, and Ypres employing advanced manufacturing techniques to turn raw fleeces into luxury textiles disseminated throughout Europe. This symbiotic commercial relationship enriched both English wool producers and Flemish manufacturers, though it posed diplomatic and military challenges during periods of political strife that disrupted trade ties. Archaeological finds from English ports like Boston and Hull illuminate the infrastructure developed to support wool exports, comprising dedicated warehouses, loading docks, and administrative structures to manage the substantial flow of merchandise in international trade. England's most valuable import trade revolved around wine imports from Gascony, with thousands of tons of wine docking annually at key ports like London, Bristol, and Southampton. This trade demanded sophisticated logistics and financial arrangements, prompting English merchants to establish permanent representatives in Bordeaux and other wine-producing hubs, whilst Gascon merchants mirrored such operations in English cities. Archaeological excavations at medieval wine cellars uncover the specialized storage facilities necessary for this trade, such as stone chambers, drainage systems, and temperature control features that maintained wine quality during storage and distribution. The Hanseatic League's expansion into English markets in the 13th and 14th centuries introduced German and Baltic merchants into direct competition with English traders, bringing new products and commercial practices that enriched the kingdom's economy. The Steel Yard in London acted as the League's English headquarters, featuring warehouses, residential quarters, and administrative facilities that supported extensive commercial operations across the realm. Archaeological findings from Hanseatic sites highlight the international nature of medieval commerce, showcasing artifacts from across northern Europe that illustrate the vast trade networks linking England to distant markets and suppliers. Religious life permeated all aspects of medieval English society, offering spiritual guidance and practical services that influenced daily life from birth to death. Parish churches played a central role in community life, not only providing religious services but also serving as social hubs, educational centers, and providers of charitable aid for local populations. Archaeological excavations at sites like RS in Northamptonshire reveal the development of parish church architecture through successive building initiatives that expanded and improved these structures to accommodate growing congregations and changing liturgical needs. Typical medieval parish churches reflected both local materials and broader architectural styles that connected English communities with religious architectural trends and artistic expressions from the continent. Norman churches from the 11th and 12th centuries were characterized by sturdy stone walls, rounded arches, and few windows, creating dark, fortress-like interiors that emphasized divine mystery and human insignificance. Archaeological evidence from sites like Kilpeck and Herefordshire sheds light on. Sophisticated stone carving adorned these structures with intricate doorways, capitals, and corbels, showcasing geometric patterns, botanical motifs, and mythical creatures blending Christian symbolism with pre-Christian artistic heritage. The shift to Gothic architecture in the 13th century revolutionized the design of parish churches by prioritizing height, illumination, and ornate detailing that mirrored evolving theological beliefs and the growing prosperity of church communities. Pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and expansive stained glass windows crafted interior spaces that directed worshippers' gaze heavenward while bathing sanctuaries in colorful light, symbolizing divine presence. Archaeological studies at sites like Southwell Minster unveil the technological advancements that made these architectural feats achievable, with a sophisticated grasp of structural engineering and materials science, enabling the construction of ever more ambitious religious edifices. Monasteries emerged as alternative hubs of religious life, blending spiritual devotion with practical services, including education, healthcare, agricultural progress, and charitable aid, benefiting both the monastic enclave and the local populace. The Benedictine rule, followed by the majority of English monasteries, established a daily rhythm harmonizing prayer, study, and manual labor, forging self-sufficient communities capable of withstanding economic and political upheavals affecting secular society. Archaeological digs at places like Fountains Abbey highlight the refined infrastructure supporting monastic existence, with churches, dormitories, refectories, and specialized structures for various communal purposes laid out in standardized configurations that eased religious practices while meeting practical needs. Cistercian monasteries founded in England during the 12th century spearheaded agricultural innovations and industrial progress that rejuvenated rural economies while upholding rigorous religious discipline. These communities deliberately sought remote sites where they could pursue spiritual excellence free from worldly distractions. Their methodical approach to land development and resource exploitation led to the establishment of prosperous estates that played a significant role in driving regional economic growth. Archaeological findings uncovered at places like Rievaulx Abbey showcase the elaborate infrastructure that sustained the economic activities of the Cistercians, encompassing advanced water management systems, industrial structures, and specialized facilities dedicated to sheep farming, iron production, and various other ventures that provided financial support for the monastic community. Pilgrimage sites served as central hubs for popular religious worship, concurrently generating economic opportunities for nearby communities by offering services tailored to the needs of religious travelers. The shrine of Thomas Becket at Canterbury Cathedral drew pilgrims from across Europe, yielding substantial revenues that financed the restoration of the cathedral and underpinned a multifaceted service sector, inclusive of hosts, guides, vendors selling souvenirs, and transportation providers. Excavations in the vicinity of Canterbury unveil the extensive network of commercial infrastructure that arose to cater to the needs of pilgrims, encompassing specialized edifices, enhancements to roads, and sanitary facilities capable of accommodating the annual influx of thousands of visitors who congregated to honor the martyred archbishop. The prevalent devotional practices revealed a fusion of Christian beliefs with traditional customs and local rituals, resulting in unique forms of religious expression shaped by English cultural inclinations and societal circumstances. The veneration of saints served to establish tangible links between common believers and divine authority, with local saints often embodying regional identities and historical legacies that intertwined Christian faith with communal memories and cultural values. Artifacts unearthed at shrine sites shed light on the material culture associated with popular devotion, showcasing pilgrim badges, votive offerings, and religious items that underscore the fervor of medieval religious sentiment, while highlighting the adaptability of Christian practices in response to local exigencies and preferences. The Church played a crucial role in medieval education by offering the main avenues for literacy and advanced learning. Cathedral schools, monastic scriptoria, and later universities established institutional structures to preserve and share knowledge. Cathedral schools like those at Canterbury, York, and Winchester educated clergy and provided learning opportunities for lay students from wealthier families. Archaeological findings from these educational centers illustrate the physical spaces dedicated to medieval learning, including libraries, scriptoria, and lecture halls equipped for manuscript production and scholarly instruction. The founding of Oxford and Cambridge universities in the 12th and 13th centuries marked the establishment of renowned centers of learning that drew students from across Europe, enhancing England's academic standing. These universities evolved from informal gatherings into formal institutions with standardized curricula, degree criteria, and institutional privileges ensuring academic freedom and educational excellence. Excavations at early university sites reveal the infrastructure supporting academic life, with halls, libraries, and specialized buildings tailored to the diverse educational needs in theology, law, medicine, and liberal arts. The Church's charitable initiatives offered vital social services such as healthcare, alleviation of poverty, and support for marginalized groups like orphans, widows, and those with limited economic means. Hospitals founded by religious institutions provided medical aid and shelter to travelers, pilgrims, and locals in need during times of illness or financial distress. Archaeological findings at locations such as St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London uncover advanced facilities that administered medieval healthcare, featuring specialized wards, treatment areas, and support facilities that delivered medical services in line with the prevailing knowledge of diseases and healing practices. The cultural accomplishments in the medieval era mirrored the progressing sophistication of English society and its deepening ties to wider European cultural and artistic advancements. The rise of Middle English literature during the 14th century signified a pivotal shift from the predominance of Latin and French in written expression to the emergence of vernacular literary customs embodying uniquely English cultural viewpoints and societal encounters. Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales stands as an epitome of this literary transformation, fusing refined narrative strategies with intricate social observation to offer unparalleled insights into the milieu of medieval English society spanning all echelons. Chaucer's assemblage of pilgrims mirrors a cross-section of 14th century English society, from the knight embodying martial values of noble heritage to the miller epitomizing evolving rural community dynamics with his coarse humor and social aspirations. The Wife of Bath's prologue and tale delve into themes of gender, authority, and social mobility that resonated with medieval audiences, showcasing the literary finesse achieved by English writers by the latter part of the 14th century. Archaeological findings from locales linked to Chaucer's life, such as his abode in Old Tate and ties to the royal court, unveil the societal backdrop influencing his literary accomplishments and underscore the cultural framework bolstering the progress of vernacular literature. William Langland's Piers Plowman tackles societal and religious issues through allegorical storytelling that melds spiritual guidance with pointed indictments of contemporary society's shortcomings and moral decay. The intricate composition and theological depth of the poem underscore the intellectual prowess of medieval English writers, while its societal critique exposes the tensions and discord characterizing 14th century life. Excavations at rural sites furnish tangible corroboration of the social milieu described by Langland, revealing evidence of agricultural shifts, social flux, and economic metamorphosis that underpinned his literary reflections. The anonymous Gawain poet crafted some of medieval England's most esteemed literary works, blending sophisticated narrative devices with profound exploration of moral and spiritual themes. The technical prowess exhibited in Sir Gawain and the Green Knight showcases the high level of skill English poets had attained in handling intricate verse forms, all while delving into themes of honor, temptation, and human limitations that deeply resonated with medieval audiences. Archaeological findings from sites situated in the poem's northwestern backdrop offer insights into the cultural milieu that shaped the poet's narrative, highlighting elements of courtly practices, religious customs, and social dynamics that fueled his literary accomplishments. Throughout the medieval era, the evolution of architecture not only reflected advancements in technology, but also shifting aesthetic tastes that revolutionized English construction traditions and fostered connections with wider European artistic trends. The shift from Romanesque to Gothic architecture marked a significant transformation in structural engineering, decorative schemes, and spatial layout, resulting in distinct settings for both religious observances and everyday life. Explorations at sites like Durham Cathedral uncover the technical ingenuity underpinning these architectural feats, showcasing a sophisticated grasp of load distribution, foundation construction, and material properties that facilitated the realization of increasingly ambitious structures. Gothic architecture's emphasis on height, illumination, and ornamental intricacies mirrored theological shifts emphasizing divine transcendence and the potential for spiritual elevation through the contemplation of beauty and order. The introduction of flying buttresses, pointed arches, and ribbed vaults introduced structural systems capable of supporting unprecedented heights, while allowing for expansive windows that bathed interiors in vibrant colored light. Unearthed evidence from construction sites illuminates the meticulous planning and coordination demanded by these endeavors, revealing the presence of master lodges, specialized tool craftsmanship, and quality assurance measures that ensured both structural stability and aesthetic excellence. Concurrently, secular architecture underwent its own evolution during the medieval period, particularly in the realm of castle design. During the 13th century, the evolution of concentric castle designs mirrored shifting military needs and societal expectations, as these structures transitioned from purely defensive fortifications into integrated residential complexes, blending military functionality with domestic comfort. Incorporating insights from crusading warfare and tailored to English landscapes and strategic considerations, these sophisticated defensive systems ushered in a new era of fortress design. Excavations at sites like Hairphilly Castle offer a glimpse into the engineering ingenuity behind these advancements, showcasing intricate water defenses, multiple layers of fortifications, and specialized military architecture that epitomized medieval fortification engineering. Manor houses underwent a transformation from basic defensive edifices to elaborate residential compounds, a reflection of the owner's social standing while providing refined living quarters for extended households. The central role of the Great Hall within these complexes facilitated practical functions such as dining and entertainment, alongside ceremonial activities reinforcing societal hierarchies and cultural values. Stokesay Castle and similar sites provide archaeological evidence of the intricate domestic layouts typical of late medieval manor houses, featuring specialized activity rooms, enhanced heating and sanitation systems, and ornamental designs exhibiting the proprietor's affluence and cultural refinement. The medieval period witnessed a golden age in manuscript illumination, yielding some of the most remarkable artistic achievements in English cultural heritage. Blending technical prowess with profound religious and secular themes, these works captured a broad spectrum of medieval intellectual and spiritual interests. Distinctive English illumination styles emerged during the 13th and 14th centuries, underscoring the kingdom's artistic autonomy while retaining ties to broader European artistic conventions. Archaeological findings from scriptoria illuminate the intricate production processes involved in crafting illuminated manuscripts, showcasing specialized tools, materials, and techniques necessitating years of training to master and yielding works of exceptional beauty and cultural significance. During the medieval era, Craftsmanship in metalwork, stone carving, and textile production reached impressive levels of complexity, blending utilitarian functionality with artistic elegance to showcase the technical expertise and cultural values of their makers. As specialized craft traditions flourished in various regions, unique local styles emerged, while engagement in global trade networks introduced novel techniques and materials that enriched the artistic heritage of England. Archaeological findings from production sites underscore the organized nature of medieval industries, featuring evidence of apprenticeship programs, quality standards, and technological breakthroughs that underpinned the creation of enduringly beautiful and technically proficient artifacts. Institutional structures developed in medieval England laid the groundwork for governance systems that would have a profound impact on constitutional evolution, not just in the British Isles, but also in the wider English-speaking world and beyond. The parliamentary system, evolving from the momentous conflicts of the 13th century, particularly Simon de Montfort's historic assembly in 1265, progressed into a sophisticated representative body adept at harmonizing royal prerogatives with popular will. By the late medieval period, Parliament had established crucial precedents in the realms of taxation, legislation, and governmental accountability, enduring even through dynastic transitions and political turmoil to form the bedrock of constitutional governance. Physical adaptations evident in Westminster Hall reflect the evolving functions of Parliament, with adjustments to seating layouts, procedural spaces, and archival facilities mirroring the institution's growing sophistication. The House of Commons, initially established to garner wider support for royal policies, evolved into a significant restraint on monarchical power by overseeing taxation and participating in legislative approval. The requirement for parliamentary consent for extraordinary taxation, first established during the reign of Edward I and enforced through subsequent conflicts, imposed constitutional constraints that prevented arbitrary royal financial actions and ensured governmental accountability to the broader political community. The establishment of formal procedures for debates and voting transformed impromptu gatherings into structured institutions capable of sustained political deliberation and decision-making that went beyond individual figures or immediate crises. The transition of the House of Lords from feudal assemblies of tenants and chiefs to a formal legislative body exemplifies the adaptation of medieval institutions to evolving political contexts while upholding continuity with traditional sources of authority. The inclusion of bishops alongside secular peers resulted in a bicameral upper house that balanced temporal and spiritual authority, offering representation for various facets of medieval society. The creation of hereditary peerage as a distinct legal status, distinct from mere land ownership, generated enduring political privileges that endured into the modern era, establishing precedents for a constitutional monarchy that curtailed royal authority through institutional restrictions rather than personal connections. The common law system emerged from the judicial reforms of Henry II as a unified legal framework that gradually supplanted the diverse array of local customs and feudal privileges prevalent in earlier legal systems. The systematic development of legal precedents through rulings in royal courts established consistent standards applicable throughout the realm, providing reliable procedures for resolving disputes and safeguarding individual rights. The establishment of permanent royal courts equipped with skilled judges and standardized procedures revolutionized the legal landscape, shifting it from personal interactions among lords and vassals to a structured institutional framework governed by established principles rather than individual discretion or regional bias. The development of the RIT system during the 12th and 13th centuries introduced uniform mechanisms for commencing legal actions, democratizing access to royal justice for common citizens while instating consistent protocols across the realm. These formal legal instruments outlined distinct categories of legal recourse, procedural directives, and remedial avenues, forming comprehensive frameworks for both civil and criminal law. Unearthed archaeological findings from royal chanceries shed light on the intricate administrative infrastructure that facilitated document production through specialized scribes, standard forms and quality assurance protocols, guaranteeing compliance with technical standards essential for efficient judicial processes. Among the pioneering advancements of medieval English law, the jury system stands out as a pivotal innovation, enabling public involvement in legal proceedings by harmonizing professional legal acumen with communal wisdom and values. The evolution from Norman Inquest practices to the structured trial by jury set precedents for citizen engagement in legal decision-making, shaping legal frameworks on a global scale. Instituting grand juries for criminal charges and petty juries for trials established a dual system that safeguarded individual liberties while ensuring community engagement in law enforcement and judicial processes. Royal governance progressed from the rudimentary household management attributed to early medieval monarchs to sophisticated bureaucratic structures capable of overseeing vast territories spanning multiple realms, all while upholding uniform policies and procedures. The establishment of specialized governmental departments for various functions further enhanced administrative efficiency. Institutional continuity operated independently of individual monarchs, providing systematic approaches to taxation, military organization, judicial administration, and diplomatic relations. Archaeological evidence from governmental centers reveals physical infrastructure supporting these administrative innovations with specialized buildings, record-keeping systems, and communication networks enabling systematic governance of extensive territorial scope and complexity. The Exchequer's development as a specialized financial court established systematic mechanisms for revenue collection and audit, ensuring governmental accountability and predictable income sources for royal operations. The pipe roll system meticulously documented sheriffs' accounts, enhancing financial planning and preventing corruption and mismanagement. Standardized accounting procedures, audit mechanisms, and revenue collection methods created administrative capabilities that supported managing medieval kingdoms, setting precedents for modern fiscal administration. The cultural and linguistic transformation of England during the medieval period created a distinctive national identity, blending Germanic, Celtic, Latin, and French influences into unique cultural expressions shaping English civilization for centuries. The evolution from Old English through Middle English signified linguistic and cultural change, integrating diverse populations into a unified national consciousness while staying connected to broader European intellectual and artistic traditions. Archaeological evidence from urban centers showcases the material culture accompanying this linguistic evolution, demonstrating international trade connections, cultural exchange, and technological innovation that contributed to English craftsmanship, architecture, and artistic expression. The Norman Conquest introduced French linguistic and cultural influences, significantly impacting English vocabulary, literary traditions, and social customs, while fostering a bilingual elite culture linking England with continental European intellectual developments. The systematic replacement of English nobles by Norman landholders led to the formation of a French-speaking aristocracy in England that retained cultural ties to mainland Europe. Over time, this aristocracy gradually adopted English customs and eventually the English language. This cultural fusion gave rise to a distinctive Anglo-Norman civilization, merging Germanic legal practices, French administrative methods, and Latin intellectual culture, resulting in unique institutional and cultural expressions. The gradual rise of Middle English as a literary language in the 14th century signified a significant shift away from the dominance of Latin and French in written culture towards vernacular literary traditions, reflecting distinct English cultural perspectives and societal experiences. Renowned figures such as Chaucer, Langland, and the Gawain poet showcased the refined literary prowess of English writers, crafting cultural works that resonated with audiences across different social strata. The evolution of English literary traditions laid the groundwork for a national identity that transcended political boundaries, fostering shared cultural touchstones that unified diverse populations under a common linguistic and artistic heritage. Despite Norman influences, Celtic cultural contributions in regions like Cornwall, Wales, and northern England added rich variations to English culture, preserving connections to pre-Norman traditions. The amalgamation of Celtic elements with broader English culture forged synthetic traditions blending Germanic, Norman, and Celtic influences into distinct regional cultures that enhanced national diversity while upholding overall unity. Alongside Latin scholarship and ecclesiastical culture, English intellectual development drew from wider European traditions, shaping unique approaches to theology, philosophy, and natural sciences. The establishment of cathedrals further enhanced this cultural and intellectual landscape. Schools and universities established institutional frameworks for advanced learning that drew students from across Europe, solidifying England's standing for scholarly excellence. The preservation and dissemination of classical knowledge through monastic scriptoria and cathedral libraries fostered cultural continuity, connecting medieval England with ancient intellectual traditions and laying the groundwork for future scholarly progress. Economic changes in the medieval era paved the way for early modern advancements that propelled England into a prominent position as a commercial and industrial powerhouse. The waning of feudalism began in the 14th century, as labour scarcities caused by the Black Death boosted peasants' bargaining power and saw money payments supplant labour services in various regions. Excavations at rural settlements exhibit the tangible enhancements in the living standards of peasants accompanying these economic shifts, evident in larger dwellings, improved furnishings, and increased access to manufactured goods, indicative of rising prosperity among agrarian communities. The substitution of feudal duties with monetary transactions fostered more adaptable economic ties, enabling both lords and peasants to explore alternative economic avenues and engage in expanding commercial networks. The introduction of money payments allowed landlords to invest in trade and industry rather than focusing solely on agricultural endeavors, granting peasants autonomy over their labor and opportunities to generate additional income through crafts, trade, and waged work. This economic evolution set the stage for agricultural advancement and commercial growth that underpinned England's subsequent economic rise. The proliferation of towns and cities established new hubs of economic activity that gradually eroded agricultural dominance, offering avenues for social mobility and fostering commercial progression. Urban populations involved in manufacturing, trade, and service industries established economic connections based on market exchange rather than feudal duties, fostering a commercial culture that highlighted individual initiative and economic ingenuity. Archaeological findings from medieval urban centers exhibit a sophisticated commercial framework that sustained urban economic endeavors through specialized markets, craft districts, and trade facilities, facilitating intricate economic transactions and accommodating diverse, non-agricultural communities. The rise of merchant capitalism in the late medieval era gave rise to innovative forms of economic structuring that blended individual entrepreneurship with methodical commercial strategizing and global trade networks. English merchants cultivated enduring trade partnerships with markets in continental Europe, pioneering financial tools and commercial protocols that streamlined long-distance commerce and supported sizable business endeavors. The advent of merchant guilds and trading enterprises established organized platforms for commercial collaboration, mitigating individual risks and fostering systematic exploration of international market prospects. The reshaping of rural economies in the 14th and 15th centuries mirrored shifts in population dynamics due to pandemics and evolving market dynamics that reshaped agricultural practices and land utilization. By consolidating peasant lands into larger estates, more efficient agricultural methods were employed, fostering a rural middle class of prosperous landholders who reinvested in agricultural advancements and commercial ventures. Evidence from rural sites in the late medieval period indicates heightened investment in permanent structures, specialized agricultural installations, and enhanced living standards, denoting the increasing affluence of successful agricultural entrepreneurs. The growth of proto-industrial activities in rural regions spurred economic diversification, supplementing agricultural revenues and providing jobs for those affected by changes in farming practices. Textile manufacturing, metal craft, and other industrial pursuits flourished in rural settings, capitalizing on access to raw materials, water-powered technology, and labor resources while sidestepping urban guild regulations and taxes. Rural industrialization in England laid the economic groundwork for future industrial advancements, showcasing the innovative prowess of English entrepreneurs and craftsmen. Beyond introducing institutional and economic advancements, England's medieval influences on European civilization encompassed intellectual, artistic, and cultural accomplishments that shaped broader European progress. This era established unique English perspectives on scholarship, architecture, and artistic expression. The scholastic philosophy developed at Oxford and Cambridge introduced distinct English approaches to theological and philosophical issues, enriching European intellectual discussions while maintaining English cultural preferences and institutional heritage. The rise of empirical methods in natural philosophy during the 13th and 14th centuries, exemplified in the works of scholars such as Roger Bacon and William of Ockham, fostered intellectual traditions emphasizing observation and experimentation over abstract speculation. These methodological breakthroughs contributed significantly to European intellectual advances. Archaeological findings from medieval universities shed light on the institutional framework that facilitated significant intellectual advancements, laying the groundwork for later English contributions to the scientific revolution and Enlightenment ideals. These institutions were equipped with libraries, laboratories, and scholarly communities that fostered rigorous exploration of natural phenomena. Distinctive English traits were integrated into Gothic architecture through innovative adaptations of continental European architectural advancements to suit English materials, climate, and cultural inclinations. The emergence of perpendicular Gothic architecture in the 14th century introduced a style characterized by vertical emphasis, intricate window tracery, and ornate details that mirrored English tastes while showcasing advanced technical expertise. English Gothic cathedrals and parish churches left a lasting architectural legacy that influenced construction customs across the English-speaking world, setting enduring aesthetic benchmarks that shaped architectural progress for generations to come. English manuscript illumination also forged unique artistic customs by blending continental European influences with English aesthetic sensibilities and cultural motifs. Noteworthy works such as the Lindisfarne Gospels and the Luttrell Psalter highlighted England's reputation for artistic excellence, embodying cultural expressions rooted in distinctive English interpretations of religious devotion and artistic elegance. These artistic triumphs enriched broader European cultural landscapes, establishing aesthetic traditions that would leave an indelible mark on English artistic evolution for centuries. The development of representative governance in medieval England instilled constitutional principles and institutional norms that significantly impacted political progress worldwide. By establishing parliamentary sovereignty, the rule of law, and constitutional restrictions on monarchic authority, England provided influential models for democratic governance that would inspire political reformers and constitutional scholars for ages to come. Rewritten text. The English historical experience illustrated the effectiveness of government by combining widespread popular participation with institutional stability, all the while safeguarding individual rights through legal processes and constitutional limitations. Throughout the medieval period, England made significant contributions to legal progress by introducing common law principles, and judicial procedures, establishing legal traditions that would influence legal systems worldwide and extend beyond English-speaking regions. Key legal principles like emphasis on precedent, the utilization of jury trials, and the protection of individual rights were instituted, providing citizens protection against arbitrary authority and offering structured mechanisms for resolving disputes and upholding social order. These legal advancements showcased how laws could harmonize governmental efficiency with individual liberty, while also creating adaptable institutional frameworks that could accommodate evolving socio-economic conditions. The cultural amalgamation observed in medieval England fostered a national identity that effectively united diverse populations and cultural heritages into a cohesive civilization, all the while retaining ties to broader European cultural advancements. The development of the English language, literature, and cultural institutions established a groundwork for national unity that transcended regional, ethnic, and social divides, resonating with people across all societal strata. This cultural feat showcased the potential for fostering an inclusive national identity that celebrates diversity while upholding unity and coherence. As England progressed from the medieval era to the early modern period, the institutional bases, cultural accomplishments, and economic innovations of the medieval centuries formed critical pillars for England's ascent as a prominent European power and subsequently a global empire. The parliamentary system, common law tradition, and constitutional principles cultivated in the medieval era displayed adaptability to changing circumstances while upholding fundamental commitments to representative governance, individual rights, and institutional responsibility. The cultural confidence and national identity nurtured through centuries of cultural amalgamation and political evolution laid the psychological groundwork for the ambitious international endeavors that characterized England's early modern and modern history. The medieval legacy, therefore, stands as a testament to England's enduring legacy of progress and cultural richness. Medieval England not only represents a historical phase, but also a foundational period that laid the groundwork for the enduring traits of English civilization. This transformative era saw the evolution from disparate Anglo-Saxon kingdoms into a unified nation boasting sophisticated governance, a unique cultural identity, and innovative economic structures. The accomplishments in law, government, culture, and economy during medieval times set precedents and established enduring principles that would significantly impact global development. Hence, the medieval English legacy continued to shape human civilization long after the period itself, making its contribution both lasting and transformative in world history.